this one up.
Exactly. This is good.
Yeah. He did a lot of education for us. I just called you, what, was on vacation?
Well, I appreciate it.
This is an idea. Yeah.
It does give an opportunity to think about that.
They're distraction.
I like the idea that I hope the thank you both. Hoping to have something.
Everybody knows I'm Shannon.
That's right. I really like how this maybe frames the national landscape of open education and all that. And then tomorrow you see what it is.
I took it as
And what we're doing on the ground. And I think Frankfurt, Virginia is in the capital. The amazing thing is happening across the state. I think we're in a unique position. I know I've been preaching this to Joe and to Beverly and they've been great about it, but and we're really in a position where the country's looking for it. Hopefully that really materializes.
Hey, Joe, how are you? It's been a while. Things going all right at William Mary? Good. Yeah. Walking right along.
Oh yeah, well, as a moderator.
One of the first fundraisers.
Smart people talk.
Good editors and good moderators. Bill's wife was a major contributor.
She was one of the three ladies.
Yeah.
Alice Jefferson.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
Isn't that surprising in and of itself? Because you're nervous, or just make sure that
He's working hard.
setting this movement up. Let's see. All right, good. I want to make sure we record.
This starts at 2:30.
Yeah, we'll start at 2:30.
Originally, 2:30.
There were no complaints. So I'll take that as a win. We won't go. I know, but I'm trying to meet the road.
No, I'm on the state.
I didn't organize this. This is President Hurley. Nice to see you.
Devin Pelicans.
Oh, Jeff, great to see you. I've seen your name and all our planning issues.
Now it's hard to know, but I'm sure we are.
No, I'm actually a recovering attorney. Yeah. Really wanted to do some policy because when I got into law school, many stumbles and falls along my career. And it's just, yeah, I love it.
It's helpful to have someone with their lawyers like that. Works with legislators well.
The trick is, you know, the master audio is, it's a balance, because what's being fed out throughout the box is not the best situation, but it's kind of all or nothing. So when you turn up the volume in the room, that's fine for the room, but I may have to tweak each microphone, so we'll see how it goes. I'll err on the side of not blaring, blasting people out here.
That's the way to go.
Yeah.
I think so too.
I'm just pre-confident.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because I have a horrible fear of like forgetting the power cord.
Do you have or need an adapter?
No, I got my dongle.
You're all
with
set.
each other. Everybody has an after.
Okay, good.
Ken's just going to use this, and I don't know my garden yet.
Okay.
But the other three are all going to use their Macs and have an after.
Well, we're kind of rooted here. I didn't bring a clicker. I don't even want to fool around.
Gotcha. I mean, it looks like there's one that goes with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you could plug that to your laptop. There's no reason.
I like don't want to throw anything new into my mouth.
Fair enough. Gee, that sounds like such a good idea. Like this. No, we're good. We're good.
Yeah. Yeah.
See it? Thanks for coming. Absolutely. Yeah, let's see how do you do? Show video. Got it. Hey, nice to meet you.
Going right into the flyer. He's doing a wonderful lecture. He goes to New Jersey.
You'll work well with Jim, man.
Where were you in New Jersey?
Before I've been around. Been around a lot.
Still like as vice chairman of our board. Bill's wife is one of the co-leaders of raising money for this building. She's an alum.
The labor of love.
No.
He's really.
Kick this off. Right.
We're gonna have 15 minutes, say brief opening, or if you want to just start it off, however you want to go. Anyone else?
Next to the say, convergence.
You want to go first? I'll let Neil win.
Saw your tweet about the meeting.
Yeah.
One question, everybody in the audience, the one question that comes from all this stuff, what the launch well, actually, you know, I'm just kind of doing this for my idea was that one was parabolic, the dome, handle the all right, there he is. Have you met him before?
How's it? Testing. How's everybody doing? This is not the official start. The official start will be in about 10 minutes. But you can have coffee. You can have cookies. You can use the bathroom. You can access wireless. There's the guest network, I guess they call that, technically, that you can go on, just use an email, and it doesn't even have to be your email. You can spoof. Just use that email and a password you put in to access it. If you have any questions, I'll be roaming around. My name is Jim Groom. Please bother me. Also, we don't have name tags, but that was intentional. That wasn't just because I didn't want to do the work. So that means you need to introduce people, say who you are, say hi, pat them on the back like they're old friends. You know how it goes. So we'll be starting in a few minutes, but please get some drinks, settle in, have some fun.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to welcome you to the Jepson Alumni Executive Center. And if you're here for the first time to Fredericksburg, Virginia, welcome. I hope you stay. I am Rick Hurley. I'm the president of this university. And great joy of welcoming you all to this session. I am very excited that you are all here today and that we're going to be talking about the subject at hand. I am fortunate, and we are fortunate, that we, being the University of Mary Washington, that we have this DTLT team in place, a Division of Teaching and Learning Technologies. And I've been here long enough to remember when they changed light bulbs in the projectors. And had to respond when a faculty member couldn't get his computer to fire up the right way or needed a software upgrade. And one of our esteemed colleagues, Gardner Campbell, said, I think we need to pull this group away from the typical technology support group and let them be more academic in nature, working with the faculty, experimenting with the use of technology, and to elevate their status within the institution. And that meant title changes, reporting line changes, salary increases, are you classified or your professional staff? I can't tell you the host of issues that we wrestled with, and I'm so familiar because I was the CFO at the time all this was going on. And heck no, we're not pulling them out and going to let them do these things. They're going to stay right there and support the faculty in the academic buildings and change those light bulbs. But much to my great delight, we did end up making that change, created this division that really is led by Jim Groom and doing just wonderful, wonderful things. And they'll tell you that we don't have a significant budget, Peter and Gil, but I support them in any endeavor that I can when they tell me they have an idea. But I tell them honestly, I'm going to support this until I'm proven wrong. You guys go out and do what you're doing, and we'll see how it plays in the marketplace, among our faculty, with our students, whatever it is that you're playing with at the time, inventing. I'm going to continue to support that. And so far, they have proven their worth. They do outstanding work, and I'm so happy that they're here and part of the University of Mary Washington. And I'm happy that you're here, and I look forward to a great session. Jim?
Well, that's good to have that on tape that he said that. Welcome, everybody, to what I call the conference before the conference. About a month ago, 2 months ago, I got an email from Rick, or I got a call from Rick Hurley basically saying, I have an idea. And 2 months later, this is the kind of, materialization of that idea. Bring a group of people together, nationwide thinkers, who can actually set the landscape for what the situation is across the board in higher ed. Are we about to get consumed by this monster called MOOC? Is there a life for higher ed after the avalanche of online technology, et cetera? That's questions that I think we're going to wrestle with all day today. Now, the next 2.5 hours are going to be setting up as 10 to 15-minute presentations followed by 10 to 15 minutes of questions and answers. And those are by the people who will actually make up the final panel. which Jeff McClurkin, who will be going on next, will be basically moderating. So we're going to do that for about 2.5 hours. If you have any questions or issues with getting online, with anything you need, please look for me. I'll be around. And I really do want to thank all of you for coming. I want to thank Chev for helping sponsor this. I want to thank the president of UMW who just spoke for having support and faith in the work we do here at UMW. And I hope this actually lays the groundwork for what's happening not only nationally, but specifically locally, Virginia-wide tomorrow, which anyone who's not coming to Open VA, which will be at University Hall on the Stafford campus from 9 to 4:30, I want to take a moment to plug that and ask you all to come and see the amazing work happening at Virginia and how this conference inflects the importance of what's happening on the ground statewide. So thank you all, and with that, Jeff McClurkin to introduce our first speaker.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jeff McClurkin. I'm the chair and professor of History and American Studies here at Mary Washington, and I'm also the chair of the President's Technology Advisory Council. So I think that's how I got stuck doing this. Our first presenter is Alan Levine. And Alan is widely known for his expertise in the application of new technologies to education. He's a pioneer. He was a pioneer on the web, and in the 1990s, he's still a pioneer. Yeah. He was an early proponent of blogs and RSS feeds long before any of us knew what they were. But Alan shares his ideas and his discoveries at CogDog blog. Among his recent interests are new forms of web storytelling and leading teaching the open digital storytelling class DS-106 that began here at UMW but has expanded far beyond that. And I know a number of the people in the audience are associated with DS-106 in some way. Most recently, he was an instructional technology specialist here at UMW, following leadership positions at the New Media Consortium and Maricopa Community Colleges. Currently, he's exploring new options under the banner of his own creation, cogdog.it. When possible, he enjoys the peace of a little cabin in Strawberry, Arizona. It sounds idyllic. All right? Just the name, Strawberry, Arizona. It's got to be great. His passions include digital photography, bending WordPress to his whim, and randomly dipping into the infinite river of the internet. Alan, we're very glad to have you back, and he's going to be talking about memorable, unmemorable.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Jim, and thank you, President Hurley, for making this possible. It's rather intimidating going first with this lineup. I feel like the kid caught up from the rookie leagues. But when I was thinking about what to talk about, I don't know why I started thinking about this. I was thinking about teachers that I remembered well, like going way back. And you can do this too. And you can probably make some extrapolations why you remember them and why they were important to you. So you'll suffer through about half my slide deck of talking about me and my teachers and what I remember. But then I got interested in thinking about the parts in my educational career where I didn't have much memory and what that meant. So I'm going to take that combination and then do a huge metaphorical leap and probably fall off the cliff. But I think I have more questions than answers. So first, going back to 1970, I can remember, this is not the actual photograph. You know, that's a problem not having digital artifacts in 1970. But I can visualize where I sat in Mrs. Foreman's class at Bedford Elementary School. I was in the second row, third one in from the right. I can sit in my desk and I can picture her in the front of the room. And I really thought at that time, I mean, my parents made me feel like I was the most special kid on the earth, because that's what parents do, right? But in school, I kind of had this feeling, I was just one of the other kids in school. I was just one of the kids in the class and did my little bit and read and slept on my mat in kindergarten. And one day, Mrs. Foreman said she was returning a quiz. I don't even remember what subject it was. And she announced that only one kid in class had earned a special distinction, a Check Plus Fantastic. And, assessment then, it didn't take much. And I remember thinking, like, it's not me. There's no way it's me. And she didn't say who it was. And that was an interesting thing that she did. And sure enough, she handed my paper, and there it was. And I don't know, I was like lit on fire. Just this small recognition from my teacher did something profound for me. And, I was always interested in learning, I thought, but something about the experience really turned me on to school. And also, I don't know if teachers, I'm pretty sure teachers still do these things, still with high-stakes assessment and mandated curriculum. I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I was in the hospital for 10 days. They don't do that anymore. But I still have these letters that she and the class sent me, and it helps me transport back and remember that. It's a memorable experience. This is not my teacher, but Mr. Fike, third grade math teacher. He was not very welcoming. He was a tall guy with a beard, but something the way he taught math. And I remember when he unlocked the secret of long division by hand. I can still think of that first understanding, carrying it over a digit and dropping it down. And I still do it to this day, well, occasionally. And then I remembered we watched a film strip. Okay, that's the technology. It was a film strip of Donald Duck teaching us geometry through billiards. Does anyone remember that one? With the reflection? Yeah, it's Scott in the back. And that stuck with me, the way you figure out how to shoot. I still can't get the shot right, but I remember Donald Duck teaching me that. Miss Pigeot, fourth grade teacher. I can't really tell the whole story there, but we were in a special section mixed with the fifth graders. She brought the stories that we talked about in class alive, and I remember she brought in string for all of us to understand the method of time travel in A Wrinkle of Time. She didn't hand out spiders or anything, but she did this a lot, and it really made the learning come alive. Middle school is a big blank spot. Sudbrook Middle School, it's still there. I did find a picture of it. 7th and 8th grade, everything that happens in that period in life, trying to figure out what was cool. Liking school probably was not cool. It was tough, and I just remember kind of going through. I can barely remember my teachers, and I started thinking about why don't I remember as much from middle school as I do from elementary school and high school. Also, there was a lot of getting beat up, and that was by the girls. But high school, and I went back, and I have my high school yearbook, so these are actual photos. And one thing is I was struck by how young my teachers were. Miss Walker, I think this might have been her first year of teaching English. And she said, we're studying the genre of Westerns, and we're going to learn it by going to a movie. So I went to this premiere of this little movie. You may have heard about it, called Star Wars. A teacher making that leap, I don't know what that was about. I don't know how Mr. Pitts even survived school with a name like that. He knew he was nerdy, we knew he was nerdy, and we loved him for that. He never really knew what that thing was that Brad Settleman threw on the overhead projector. It wasn't a balloon. But he made us feel like we were special. And I never knew what the word pedagogy meant. I'm not even sure I know it now. But he had us do this project. He pulled a group of us out, and he says, you're going to be assigned to teach the class non-Euclidean geometry. Any mathematicians in the audience? Okay, that's the whole theory based upon lines not being parallel. And it was kind of mind-bending. And we didn't have Wikipedia or Google. We had to go to the library and look in the encyclopedia and figure out how we're going to teach this to the other students. But wait a minute, the teacher's making us teach other students? He also taught the class in computer science, which involved punch cards and bus trips across town. But I got hooked on this idea of being able to program computers from Mr. Pitts, so I owe a lot to him. Miss Kirschman, 10th grade English teacher. She was really tough. But you wanted to please her. You wanted to do well. And she really ingrained in us this love of writing and learning to shape our writing, that it was important. And also literature. I read books, but she introduced a lot of literature to us. And she challenged us. It wasn't like she made it easy. And I remember a group of friends and I got really turned on to Emerson. So we kind of formed a nonconformist club. It was a high school thing. It never really took off. And a really magical teacher, Mr. Witz, taught 12th grade calculus. And again, he challenged us. He would have these regular challenges based upon us applying calculus to real things. It wasn't just do this problem in the textbook and look it up in the back. He really made us want to learn. I loved calculus. How much more geekier can you get than loving calculus? So I really remember these experiences. I can remember what the classrooms were like. I went to college, the University of Delaware. I started in computer science and spent a year in it, and I hated it. I really felt like, oh my God, this is so abstract. I cannot remember one teacher I had in that year. I can't picture in my mind one classroom, what it felt like to be there. It's just a blank spot. I can remember a little bit about Smith Hall and being in the basement, and the day they rolled in the CRTs to replace the deck writer things that we were working on. And I think I remember playing some dungeon games on the computer. That's what I got from my years of studying computer science. I did get a minor. So I switched majors, and I switched buildings to Penny Hall, which is the home of the geology department. It's a lot smaller. It's a little bit brighter. And I can picture every classroom I sat in there. I can remember almost every teacher. Geology is a small department, so you got to know your teachers really well. But there were some really magic personalities in there. And the first thing I did when I switched majors was to enroll in Geology 101 to see if that's what I wanted. I had Dr. John Waymiller. He was not the greatest lecturer. He had this habit of saying, "oh," about every other sentence. But I was hooked. So it's not always about the teacher, what they bring. It was what I brought, and it was this great match. I was the kid in the front row. There's nobody in the front row here. I was the kid in the front row. I read every word of the geology textbook. We weren't supposed to. And I was in love with it, largely because of him, largely because of me. And a little bit of story. And I eventually went to graduate school out in Arizona. And in 1989, I kept in touch with Dr. Waymiller. Now he's John. And I think he had told me he was coming out to New Mexico for something, and I happened to be in New Mexico. We met on a highway north of Santa Fe. He was there because his son was going to a music competition in Santa Fe. And then I went to visit him. This picture is 2 years ago. I went back through University of Delaware to say hello. I could still find his office in the basement. And I knocked on his door. I said, "I don't know if you remember me." And he says, "Alan Levine." I mean, this was a long time. And it really touched me. And we were recanting this experience of meeting up in New Mexico. And he said, "there's more to that story." He said, "My son Wes actually won this prestigious competition. He got a full scholarship to the Berklee Music School. And he went on to a career in music." Now, here's the good part. He eventually became a professional musician, and he was the bassist for Duran Duran and toured. And then he said, I think of this because it's my son's birthday today. And I said, and he got kind of sad. And I asked him, "so are you doing a celebration?" And he said, "No, unfortunately, no, that Wes passed away at 33 from thyroid cancer. But he's part of a thing that they do every year in Wes's name, Wes Waymiller. Look it up, it's in Wikipedia. I'm not Wikipedia. But they do a fundraiser for this in his name. So I don't know what this has to do with education, but this connection, the people that influenced me, were important way outside the classroom. My favorite teacher, Doc Thompson. He was never Dr. Thompson. Everybody called him Doc. And he had this folk wisdom about him. And I remember in the classroom, I had him for petrology, and he would just toss out these little quips and stories. And I use this one still. He said, geology is a field full of classifications. You got rocks, you got minerals, you got fossils. He says, in terms of classifications, some people are lumpers and some people are splitters. I always remember that. I use it in my blog about every other month. It's just a great way to think of things. But he loved being in the field. So part of geology is you go out for 6 weeks and you apply everything you learned in the classroom in the field. And he was even more energetic and passionate about what he did in the field. And he had crazy things. You probably can't read these, but he had these laws of field geology. And they're kind of this folksy wisdom that Doc effused. And I could go on about just about every professor I had at graduate school at Arizona State University. But I want to single out Sue Kiefer, who was my advisor when I started in a PhD there. And she was really impressive in many ways beyond the field of geology, but she was one of the preeminent researchers in the field of geophysics and many other topics. But she had to work against a lot of things being a woman in a field dominated by men. And she told me some stories about things that she had to put up with. She taught me a lot about life. And it was her I had to go to when I had the realization that I really didn't want to be a specialist in pyroclastic rocks. And I was basically said, I think I need to leave my PhD program. And I really fretted about that conversation for a long time. And she totally said, because what I want to do is to go into education. And she says, "I totally support you." And she's a friend for life. So I have all these things from my past. And I guess the flip side for this quote is, about history not repeating itself. So that's the end of me talking about my past on this. So I don't know who I can be to criticize a guy who's an NYU professor and a published author and a TED talker, et cetera. And there's more to the context of what Clay Shirky was talking about here. But I really can't buy into this thing that education is an industry that operates under the same motives and operations as for-profit companies. And I'm not trying to say that we're so special that we can't pay attention to some of these issues, but there's some things that just don't work because what we're doing as educators is not for the bottom line. We're doing a public good, and that's really important. So I don't think the statement about Udacity and the M word, which I vowed not to say this month, I want to go on record to say I did not say it. And we kind of go down a dangerous route of when we go to this line of being more efficient and scaling, what happens to the quality of our food? Or, it almost seems like that the things people are proposing is very transactional. You do this, you get your badge. You do this, you do 5 degrees, you're going to get a certificate. And in all my experiences, the courses are an important part of the educational experience, but they're not everything. And there's so much more in between that I think is important, and I'm sure this room thinks they're important, but it doesn't seem like, if you listen to the conversation, that, what people are talking about is a real transactional process. And even if you string together a bunch of MIT courses, you just get a pile of courses. Is that an education? Are we creating an educated society? Are we really serving that role as best as we can? And again, if we don't remember that a lot of these companies out there who are funded by money, and I'm sure Audrey's going to go into this a lot more detail, that really everything that drives them has to be to earn money. And that is what's going to happen at the bottom line. That is their main mission. They're going to talk about changing the world and disruption and wanting to educate everybody, but they have to make money. That is their prime directive. If they don't make money, they fail. Now, of course, we have to cover, it's not like education can just free will spend. I'm sure all the administrators here know that. And it's important to manage that, and we have to learn how to make more things efficient. But it's still, that is not our bottom line, and I don't think it should ever be. And I don't know if anybody really is going to necessarily have memorable experiences with corporations. Maybe you do. Maybe people do love Walmart. Don't go to the website. But also, this idea of being memorable, it should never be a goal. It's kind of like a nice byproduct. And it's not like we set out as teachers or educators, oh, I want to be memorable. I'm being memorable right now. I'm probably not. But it's really not the goal. And it also works the other way. It's also, as teachers, I'm sure, and I can speak for myself and other teachers in the room, what we remember from our students, And if we don't have memorable experiences of our students, it's a possible sign that maybe we're getting a little more transactional. I'd like to add that these last 2 photographs were made from my DS-106 students last year. Speaking of which, you didn't think I could make a presentation and not talk about the most memorable thing in higher education technology anywhere, did you? And I don't know, I could, I was thinking about what examples to pull, and I just pulled 3 almost at random. But, to me, what the students do in this experience is incredibly memorable. I don't know if it's as memorable for them as for me. I'd like to think so, but I just do my best to make so. So we have an assignment called the Blackout Poetry, and it's a digital storytelling class, but you don't have to do digital. So Nancy printed out this picture of Obama's inaugural speech and blacked out enough words to create a poem about the history of the gay rights movement. And I was like, well, you just blew my head off, okay? And I should emphasize that the last 2 semesters I've taught this class, I've never seen my students in person. I've been teaching online from Arizona. But I'd like to think that we're having a lot of memorable experiences. The GIF here moves a little too quick, but Rosanna did this assignment of breaking down a movie scene to very key moments, and she really elegantly captured this moment. I don't even know the movie, The 500 Days of Summer. But I just love seeing the way students can find the detail of thing that's of interest to them. And I had a really memorable student when I taught here in spring of 2012. John didn't really want to do all the assignments. He kind of cherry-picked the ones that interested him. But he was crazy intelligent, and he took a really simple assignment to, I think, film a movie backwards. And he spent an elaborate amount of time to extend it out into this metaphysical story about Maxwell's teacup. And he was also one of these students who was interested in hanging around after class to talk about like the meta things going on in the class, not just how did I do in that assignment. He was really interested in talking about the work that we were doing and other students were doing. And that was really a memorable experience for me. A lot of UMWs may know Haley Campbell. She was an extremely memorable student, and she did an honors project where she did a bit of analysis about her experience in the class. I won't read it, but she really captured, in many ways, sort of this idea about what this experience in the class meant for her in terms of openness and creativity, and giving her the room to sort of find her way and to create new ways through this learning experience. So I don't know, about, like, I don't want to be massive. I don't want to be scalable. But I'd like some of this work, not just that I do, that all of us do, to be really memorable. I want it to be stuff that people can think back in the future and say, I only remember this vague detail about this class or this experience at Mary Washington, but boy, I remember the people, and that was really important to me. And I worry about losing this sort of essence if we become a little bit too corporate and businesslike. So thank you for watching my pictures.
We have about 5 minutes. You like that? I scared you all because I'm behind you. So we have about 5 minutes for Q&A before Ken Lane comes on. And if you do Q&A, we have 2 microphones. Martha's there. I'm going to come to Steve now. But we'll keep you. So, Steve, here you go.
I have actually a list of questions, but I'll just do one. Yeah, Steve Greenlaw, University of Mary Washington, faculty member, a few other things. You said, are we creating an educated society? Seems to be a lot of evidence that we don't want to be an educated society. I mean, we may, but the public doesn't. So what if they don't?
Yeah, I've actually...
Do we have a response? Do we just, do we push it on them, or?
I think we might have to. That's what great leadership has always done. I thought about, like, if you ask students, like, okay, you get to design your college experience and how long it takes and what it takes to do, they may want to get it done efficiently. I don't know if they're going to necessarily sign up to be challenged and thinking. And I know as an undergrad, left to my own, I would have never taken an art history class. I would have never taken photography, which is the thing I love the most now. So I think the curriculum and the structure and some of the things that were required made me a more rounded person than if I just narrowly chose my own interests. So, yeah, and the tricky part is, how do people recognize the value of that? And that's a lot more complicated, and I don't know how to do that.
Okay, you're teaching some online courses. How do you add this personal touch, this human factor into the online experience?
I comment a lot. A piece of it is, some of it is just the same things you do in a class, trying to get to know the students, reach out with them. The class I teach, we don't do any lectures, but we have a lot of two-way interaction, so I would have open office hours during Google Hangout. And it's somewhat of an informal communication as well. So I don't know if that's really a lot of answer as to how you can do it. The other thing that we do is, because our class is open, we have a lot of people following our class who are not actually students at Mary Washington, and that's what makes this experience special. And they also provide input and feedback to our students as well. So by having our classes open, by giving it away to some degree like that, we invite people to be part of that same experience. So it doesn't all rely on me to be the one to try to facilitate that. But I'll be honest, it took me a lot of time, and if I was doing this by my clock, I would probably not be the most efficient person, but it was rewarding at the same time to be able to do a reasonable amount of one-to-one pieces of communication and trying where you can to recognize people. I think the most important thing for people anywhere is to be acknowledged. And to be in a giant, massive class where you're not able to talk to your instructor directly, to me, is not something that you feel acknowledged in. And in that sense, what's scaling is the teaching, not necessarily the learning in that aspect.
I think in order to stay on schedule, we're going to have to move on to our next. We have time for one more? Yep.
Question for you. Does the content that is taught in school make any difference?
Does the content,
Of what is taught in school make any difference?
the content on its own, or just the subjects that we're teaching?
Yeah, the content.
Not really. I mean, to me, the content is we could read a book. You know, we could read it online, and we can go probably so far. But the aspect of being with someone who maybe has a little more experience and also learning alongside other people, to me, has a lot more value in terms of what we're teaching than just the pure material itself. It's certainly a key piece of it. We couldn't really teach without some sort of content. But we teach our class. We don't have a textbook. So some of it's the particular, we're teaching a digital media class. But yeah, at some value, there is something to have a body of content to teach from, but it's all in this context of what we're doing socially that matters too. The in-person, to me, it's the same thing you're doing in a class. You're still presenting quote unquote content and wrapping it in some context and some engagement around it. When we go online, it's not just doing the same thing. It's trying to think about how can we leverage the affordances and what's available in that online experience that aren't there in the classroom. And that's where it should make a difference. That's probably not specific enough. Like I told you, I'm bad at the answers.
All right, I think we're going to have to cut it off there to move on to our next speaker. Thank you, Alan.
Okay. Don't pay any attention to what's happening on the screen. Our next presenter is Kin Lane. Kin has been working with databases since the late 1980s with the last with the last 5 years exclusively focused on the technology, business, and politics of application programming interfaces. If you've heard of APIs, that's what we're talking about here. Kin works to educate technologists as well as the normals, those are his words, about the importance of data portability, interoperability, security, and privacy across the web and across mobile application platforms. And these are all things that we depend on in our personal and business lives. Kin does this via his blog, apievangelist.com, and is currently evangelizing APIs in Washington, D.C. as a Presidential Innovation Fellow, or at least he would if the government could get its stuff together. And he's going to talk to us about accessibility, interoperability, privacy, and security of technology, and how it will set the stage for the future of education. Let's welcome Kin Lane.
Is this working? Yeah, sounds like. All right, try not to make it squeal too much. So I'm Kin Lane. I'm the API evangelist, and that's in a technical sense, not in a religious sense. And my role is to educate the masses about APIs. So I'm going to talk about something very technical, but it's something that I believe that everyone has the capacity to understand, and it impacts everyone's life. You may not realize it right now, but API is pretty much part of everything that you do every day. And I'm a firm believer that APIs aren't just for developers and for applications. So what is an API? It's an application programming interface. It's how computers talk to each other. It's how applications and programs talk to each other. But there's kind of a new breed of them that have emerged recently with the internet. And they're kind of, you know, even though they're still meant for computers, they're very readable by humans. And so I'm going to walk you through, you know, every aspect of your world right now that APIs are driving. APIs are part of every major movement on the internet that you're experiencing right now. So commerce, Salesforce, they were the first API company. They launched an API. They brought web APIs to us. Amazon, everything about Amazon is driven via APIs. eBay, all the auctions, all the auctioneers, everything flows through APIs. PayPal, payments. They're one of the first new generation of payment companies allowing commerce to flow through APIs. Social. Social was this whole new breed of APIs, rethinking APIs even from the commerce age. So every social bookmarking you do, every tweet, every time you go to Facebook, every picture you upload to Flickr, it's all APIs, all API driven. The whole all the social pioneers rethought APIs and how they work. Everything cloud. The whole concept of cloud computing was brought to the table by Amazon. And from the commerce period, rethinking how they operated as a business, as an institution internally, and the Amazon cloud was born. Everything that the web runs on now is born out of Amazon's vision of what an API is and how they thought differently about how to operate using application programming interfaces, but at a human level, how they interacted as a company. Data. Data is flowing through APIs right now. Everything you're reading from The Guardian right now, they're the biggest data journalists. We're seeing New York City, San Francisco, Seattle, Chicago, all of these cities transforming themselves by opening up data via APIs. Data.gov, one of the projects I'm working on for the White House, opening up data at the federal level for use in applications, web and mobile, all across business, the private sector, the public sector, in between agencies. We're seeing the World Bank open up data and change how the global economy works using data via APIs. We're even seeing NASA use APIs to interact with different programs in space across the globe. Doesn't get much bigger than that. See if I can get to work. There it goes. And then, of course, education. We're seeing APIs find its way into education, healthcare, pretty much any industry you can imagine. You're seeing at the LMS level, libraries, museums. You're seeing textbooks. Pearson has adopted, good or bad, the whole API world and flowing all of their content. They're reinventing themselves by parting out their classic legacy catalog of books via APIs. So now you have a travel guide from 20 years ago that maybe stopped selling copies. They're breaking it up and making it available through APIs. And people are building iPad apps, games on top using that content. So it may not be a travel guide anymore. It's reborn as a Sherlock Holmes children's iPad game. Same content, just reborn through APIs. Department of Ed, we're seeing UC Berkeley. I'm working with UC Berkeley to reinvent every aspect of how they operate as an institution using APIs, from admissions to how classes are taught, how they build applications, how their students build applications for them, and then they buy them from their students. It's a whole new way, all API driven. So when you start realizing that everything we do around us right now is API driven, everything on your iPhone, on your Android device, on your BlackBerry, all of those icons are made available through APIs. That's what made the whole mobile revolution possible. We can do banking, I listen to my NPR every day, Twitter, Dropbox. Everything you see here on the homepage is via APIs. Even the telephone calls are going through APIs now. APIs provide interoperability between applications and systems, institutions, companies, federal agencies. They provide automation between these applications and systems. And all this is still pretty boring technical stuff, this kind of interoperability and automation. But one thing that it does is it provides reciprocity between institutions and people, meaning when you allow the data from Facebook to flow through APIs to your mobile phone, to other systems, you have some control over that. As an institution, if you open up your content via APIs, you have control over how it's used, who uses it, who has access. It's not just open public APIs. So there's reciprocity built into the way this works. It allows new types of visibility into systems, IT systems that for 30, 40 years have been pretty black box. And so APIs are opening up some of these systems and allowing new ways of thought, new ways of innovation around these assets and resources, and opening up so that people can see how it works. It's not the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain anymore. I mean, that's classic IT. So APIs are opening up these systems and allowing people to look in. It's allowing a certain amount of transparency. These companies and institutions and government are wanting to use APIs so that they can have mobile applications and have all these new way of doing things. And to do so, they have to open up a little bit. Transparency can be good, it can be bad, but it's opening up institutions in new ways we never imagined. APIs are also about security. That's the biggest misconception with APIs, is that it's all open Twitter or open APIs. But it allows for new types of security to come into play. If you're familiar with OAuth at all, if you use Facebook and you allow other applications to log in with Facebook or log in with Twitter, that's OAuth. You're allowing them to have access to your Facebook or your Twitter. That's security, that's application security, saying this application can use my Facebook, but you have control over that security. It's not just about computers talking to each other. You're the broker of that relationship. So it's a new way of looking at security now that it's open APIs out in the public space. Privacy. There's also a lot of new ways to look at privacy with this. You theoretically should have control over who has access to your data, who can look at what. OAuth allows you to, at a granular level, say, well, you as an application can grab my wall post from Facebook, but you can't look at my private info. You can't look at my private messages. You can set that level of granularity and privacy between systems. So it's not just computers. It's you, the person, actually being able to talk about how privacy works and what's most important to you. So this gives you a lot of power as an individual. You can take a lot of control via APIs over your existence online, and this gives you a lot of power to grow and evolve and do things. You can do things like every time there's a blog post on your favorite blog or your blog, maybe your blog's on an institutional site. Maybe you just are a guest poster, but every time something posts there, you can send it to your Evernote. You can use programs like If This Then That, Zapier. They all use APIs, and they allow you to take control over your world, wherever that content may lie. Even though you don't have control over that blog, and that blog could go away at any point, I've had lots of blogs go away that I used to blog on. It'd be really nice if I could say every time a blog post shows up, puts in my Evernote. It's now in my portfolio. That's a lot of control. Every time you take an Instagram photo, you can put it into your Dropbox. All done with APIs. Same with YouTube. You can, every time a video gets posted by someone that has you in it tagged a certain way, you can have it go straight to your WordPress blog, all via APIs, all automated. It's this kind of interoperability. And then once you realize that APIs are everywhere and every platform has this, and there's applications like If This Then That that'll allow you to orchestrate between all of those platforms. It gives you a lot of control over your world and your domain in a very secure and private way that you define and you have control over. When you start looking at the online world in this way, and you look at YouTube, and you look at WordPress, and you look at Tumblr, Facebook, Twitter, all these mediums, and you have control over to orchestrate what you create, how you create it, and where this moves, it can make everything about learning. It can make, taking photographs at a wedding or your child's play into, now you can build portfolios from those images. You can have them go straight to your blog and tell the story around it. You can turn anything into a project that goes right straight into your professional portfolio that you have control over. But it makes everything that you do something that you can learn about and enjoy. And then if you do something, take it to the next step, and you get your own domain where you have online your own .com, and you understand you have all of this power to move information and content and data around in everything that you do in real time throughout the day, and it all funnels under your domain. It's pretty powerful stuff. You now are empowered to own everything that you do on the internet, no matter what Silicon Valley's doing, how much they monetize your world, how much they're going to use your face and likeness to sell ads and do what they do. You have the upper hand to flow all this content into your domain. Put wherever you want it. If you want it on Amazon, if you want it on Google, if you want it on your home machine, you have that control. And you can point your .com to that. You are the keeper of all of that knowledge. That's pretty powerful. It's an important concept when it comes to web literacy. This is not just a social thing or a cloud thing. It's a government thing. We're working across the government to give you access to your health records, no matter where it exists, your electrical records, no matter what power company you pay your bill to, gas companies, utilities, any of that. You have access to all of that data, and APIs and OAuth are giving you access and control over that. So you can get access to anything that the government does. This is like how our society is going to be operating. So web literacy is super critical when you start thinking about this. This is how you're going to get grants. This is how you get loans. This is how you're going to, when you go to refinance your house and you need to pull history from and give it to your lenders. This is how you're going to do it. You're going to do it through APIs. And what better way to teach people how to do it than using Instagram and Facebook and lesser ways? But this is all about web literacy and understanding the building blocks of the internet. This is why APIs have been a fundamental piece of everything that's happened in the last 15 years, from commerce to the mobile movement. And this is the building blocks of web literacy. This is how the world's going to work. And APIs are not just for applications or for developers. It's for all of us. That's it.
Once again, we have roving microphones for those with questions.
Okay, sounds great and exciting. So how do we actually become literate?
Well, I think for me, APIs, how you learn about APIs got to be through projects. How you get exposed to how all this works has to be, it's project-based learning. This is very technical stuff sometimes, and us technologists love to make it even more complicated. We're really, really good at that. So how you learn about this, how this becomes reality in your world, it depends on what you do. If it's photography, Facebook, Flickr, Instagram, these are the ways, these are going to be your doorways to making it happen. But it's up to you. This is why it's so important for me to educate the normals and the masses about APIs, is because it takes pressure from you guys on platforms to make it happen from that perspective. So your doorway in is one way, platforms, it's another way. How do you get LMS and Blackboard, all these companies to start opening up data? You have to apply pressure. You have to ask for it. When you use software, you have to make sure it has data portability. That's why Facebook has an export all button now, is because people asked for it, but people had to know about it first. That's why Twitter has data portability. So people asked for it. So this is a long road. I've been doing this for 3 years. It's very hard to get people understanding it because it's something that's very technical and it's something that people love to just kind of tune out. But like I said, it's part of everything you're doing every day, and it's something that you have control over. So finding those projects in those meaningful ways that are important to you, or to your students, or to your family members, whoever, that's the way this is all going to work and be figured out. So, any other questions?
I wonder if you could comment upon APIs as compared with currency in our need to understand it, to use it. How much of finance do we need to understand in order to use money? And similarly with APIs, because an awful lot happens because we say, sure, authorize via Twitter. Do we really need to have a deep understanding moving forward?
Sure. So I would say, no, you don't need to go too deep. I mean, I'm not going to have you parsing JSON or XML or, working with SDKs and all of that geeky layer of stuff. But in your Facebook, in your Twitter, there's places you can go and see who you've let OAuth into your Facebook or Twitter account. You can go to a screen. There's no code necessary, no technology necessary. You just go into the interface and look, and there's a list of applications that you've let OAuth via Facebook's API into your Facebook. You should look at that every week, much like your bank account. You don't have to, understand the inner workings of a ACH transfer to understand which account, which ones you should allow or not, or be able to look at and go, well, I didn't make that, and same with your credit card. You don't have to understand how, payment gateways work and all of that, but you should be able to know where to go to look at an interface and understand how it's working and understand some of the mechanisms, whether you should do a, bank-to-bank transfer, auto pay, these ways that credit card companies and banks are going to charge you different fees, or is it cheaper to do bank-to-bank? How does it work? Same way with APIs. You should understand how this data works between these systems. And it's another pressure point I try to put on Silicon Valley startups is make this easy for people to understand. Let's educate people on how this works. And the White House right now is working on a OAuth 101 kind of program to help people understand it, because this is how you're going to get your energy data. This is how you're going to get your IRS data. IRS is launching a similar interface allowing you to get at your tax history right now. I think it's going to be out in January, where you can go in and look at your tax history and see if you owe them money, see if you don't, see if it went through. And then if people are wanting your tax data, you can OAuth just like you would in your Facebook and let people have access to your tax history. So understanding at that level is important, not at the technical.
Thank you. Again, I'm out on a limb here, but I can understand the functional teaching of how to use API in the everyday life and the ease of it and perhaps some of the parameters around it. Who is teaching the users how to use good judgment in using the power that they have, ethically or whatever? Who's teaching the judgment aspect?
Yeah, sadly, not enough. This is what I've been doing. I identified this in 2010. This is why I started my blog, API Evangelist, is to educate people about it. Because back to how much do we need to know about this whole process in relationship to currency? You go to Silicon Valley startup and VC gatherings, and your data is the new oil. It's the new gold, and APIs are the pipes that's flowing through. Yeehaw, we're taking advantage of this. And so there's a lot of people out there taking advantage of everyone right now. And if there's not someone teaching startups and companies and developers in the younger generation the importance of the ethics in all of this, from setting up the pipes, and we're going to see meltdowns like 2008 in financial crisis, but at the technical level, privacy, all of our kids' data, private data being taken. We're already seeing glimpses of this. And so there needs to be a lot of education about everyone about what are you doing when you go through, the OAuth flow. You may not know what that is, but you've all done it, I guarantee, where you say yes, 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 yes. It's kind of like hitting the terms of use, terms of service. Yes, I agree to that. I didn't read that whole thing. But the OAuth flow, allowing people access to your Twitters, your Facebooks, your Instagram, it's just becoming second nature. And you're giving away your rights and ownership through that flow. But you have a lot of control. You can revoke that at any point, unlike terms of service. So we have a lot of education to do, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here, is working with Jim and the group on concepts around how do we educate people about what's already out there, how is it being implemented, and hopefully educating the masses so that they can apply pressure to the companies, and it becomes a cycle that eventually will kind of steer the ship back, course correct, to a more ethical stance, rather than everyone just being the creating this gold that Silicon Valley is getting rich off of.
So given what you've just said, what is your hunch about healthcare.gov? And I mean, we've got interoperability, we have privacy, we have security issues. What's not happening there?
Yeah. So since that wasn't directly my project, I'm allowed to talk about it while I'm furloughed here. So yes, what you're seeing with healthcare.gov is kind of the whole open washing and lipstick on a pig kind of thing. Is you're gonna see a lot of projects where they go, hey, we have open APIs, we have open data, we're using GitHub, we're doing all this, and they do that whole song and dance, and that's only partly true. That's just the Hollywood front, the facade. And healthcare.gov, from a front-end standpoint, the website's beautifully done. It does use GitHub. It does use APIs. There's some very, very forward-thinking, forward-leaning stuff on how you get information about state marketplaces, how that flows. They have some great APIs that have the glossary of terms and FAQs and all the information about the plans and everything. Problem is, as soon as you go to sign up or log in, it hits a service that is the classic dinosaur in government, built by contractors. There's a list of contractors you can find online. My blog's one of them. I'm ranting pretty much weekly about this, or daily. And they just took a lot of money to build the same old systems. And so really we have, it comes back to the transparency and visibility. Is there's no transparency or visibility into the legacy procurement process around government. Is basically the same old good old boys got together on the back end and said, let's take the biggest chunk of money, let's carve off a little piece and pay the innovators on the front to build this front on the front end. So really, as educators and administrators and decision makers, you have to learn how to ask the hard questions about, don't just let us people come tell you it's using APIs and GitHub and open, and believe us, because it's got to be that all of that through and through the whole process. There has to be transparency in the whole process. Otherwise, you'll have the same systemic illnesses on the back end that you've had always, and the same money problems. And so I'm dealing with this at the VA. I'm dealing with at several other agencies as well. They have a lot of problems with transparency, actually opening up the kimono to see what's going on.
And this is probably our last question.
I kind of live in this space of APIs, and my question is, have you seen universities opening up their own APIs? Because that's something that interests me tremendously, is being able to say, this is our space on the web. I mean, we've seen MOOCs as a way of opening up our courses within applications, but I'm interested if you've seen any work in the higher education space.
Yeah, the only three that I showcase that are doing things are UC Berkeley, UW, Washington, and BYU are the three that have. There's others that have their own APIs, and you can find them on my blog. There's a handful of others, but those are the three that I would say are making a a conscious effort. I would say Washington being definitely the most forward-thinking, Berkeley being number 2. And how do we do this across the organization? How do we transform how we operate as an institution? Similar to what Amazon did to themselves to go from commerce to the cloud, is how do we interact between departments, between groups, using APIs? How do we empower students to not just deploy APIs around data, but use them and build their own courseware, build their own systems, and then adopt those internally? So it's a huge cultural shift, and it's something I would love to put more case studies together around those 3 institutions and share, because I think other institutions just need the case studies to see and to emulate. But I'd like to see more of it, because I need to get the numbers behind what they're doing and what cost savings, efficiencies, agility, all the things that APIs enable institutionally. But it's just beginning in higher ed. So.
All right, thank you very much, Ken.
Thank you.
That concludes our Q&A.
Yes. I guess I'm.
I can do that.
Our next presenter is Audrey Waters. Audrey is a writer who's worked in the education field for the past 15 years. She's done so as a graduate student, as a college instructor, and program manager for an ed tech nonprofit. 2 chapters into her comparative literature dissertation, Audrey decided to abandon academia, and she now happily fulfills the one job recommended by a junior high aptitude test, freelance writer. I think they've just taken that one out now, haven't they? Yeah.
No, in the future, we're all freelance writers.
We're all freelance writers, okay. Audrey's work has appeared in a variety of publications, The Atlantic, Edutopia, Mindshift, Fast Company, Inside Higher Ed, the School Library Journal, O'Reilly Radar, Read Write Web, which I thought was easier to say than I thought, Campus Technology, and the Huffington Post, in addition to her own blog, Hack Education, which you haven't checked out, is absolutely wonderful. She's currently working on a book called Teaching Machines, due out in 2014, that will explore the push to automate education. Please welcome Audrey Waters.
Thank you. So last week before last, Gardner Campbell wrote a really wonderful blog post that I took to heart about optimism and technology. I think when you're a couple of chapters into writing a book about robots and teaching, you sort of need to go back and be reminded by people like Gardner that technology isn't actually always necessarily this completely monstrous, dystopian, wretched future. His post was about optimism, and he argued that that's why we're in education. I mean, we are optimists if we think about the future as we think about the future with technology. That being said, I've decided today to go full dystopian when we were asked to talk about the vision of the future of higher education. My mind immediately went to the words of Sebastian Thrun, who's an AI researcher. He's the creator of Google's self-driving car. He's the co-founder of Udacity, the MOOC startup. He's a Stanford professor. He's a Googler. And he said in Wired magazine that in 50 years' time, there will be only 10 institutions in the world delivering higher education, and Udacity, his startup, has a shot at being one of them. So that is a pretty profound vision for the future of higher education. And I think it makes for an interesting mental exercise, right? How would we end up there? What has to happen for us to get to 10? And of course, you know, who would those 10 be? So this is my stab. This is my stab at the 10. With apologies, I know it's really rude to be invited to a university and not include them on the 10. So my apologies to the University of Mary Washington, but I didn't even include the University of Bologna, which is the first university in the world, because I see this as actually a completely neo-colonial enterprise. This will actually be English only. The future of higher education is English only. So of course, Oxford and Cambridge, the first two English-speaking universities in the world, they will survive, as will Harvard, because it has an endowment probably large enough to make higher education free for anyone who attends that college for the next 300 years, although I'm sure they'll still continue to charge people regardless. MIT, they'll exist. They're closely enough intertwined with the business and tech industry. Stanford will definitely be around. Peter Thiel, as much as he wants to tell students to drop out of college, I'm sure that he and his venture capitalist cronies are investing a lot of money. I put Princeton on the list and not Yale, even though Yale has a larger endowment fund. Princeton's endowment fund is per capita the largest in the world. So I think Princeton will be around. Suffice it to say, Udacity will not be around. I predict that Google will acquire Udacity in 2014 and launch the University of Google. Coursera will be acquired as well by Pearson, the largest education company in the world. I believe that the University of Phoenix will be acquired by the University of Walmart in 2017. And because my friend Dave Wiley is here, of course, but also because the Mormon Church owns BYU, I really actually don't think BYU is going anywhere. So that's my 10. That's my 10. I debated putting the University of Amazon on there. Maybe Jeff Bezos will buy Kaplan. He bought the Washington Post, but maybe he'll just buy the rest of Kaplan and launch a university. But more than likely, he'll just sort of resell courses from some of these other places. So, you know, but I think that this is, you know, I think that it's worth thinking about. There are 17,000 some odd universities and colleges in the world today. So somehow, according to Sebastian Thrun, we're going to have to get to 10. And we're going to have to get to a place, too, in that quote, where the kind of things that are happening at Udacity are degreed, they're accepted, and that people would actually brag that they got their degree from the University of Walmart. Udacity. So how would we end up there? Well, I'm really glad that John Becker is here, because I'm sorry to say that the first thing that we'd have to do, John, is end college sports. Right. There's no way we can have March Madness or bowl games with only 10 universities anyway. So, and there is the pending lawsuit against the NCAA from student athletes. So you never know. Perhaps that whole sham will crumble more quickly. Perhaps many universities can just rebrand. My alma mater, the University of Oregon, I think could easily become Phil Knight Center for Football Studies, and it would be perfectly fine. So that's the number one thing, and college sports. Number two, we have to axe public funding for education. To get to 10 universities in the world, that's one of the things on the list. My list of top 10 universities, or 10 remaining universities, only contains one public institution. I'm not sure if you noticed that, and that would be Cambridge. And that's in England, and they're socialists, so they'll probably do that anyway. But American politicians can go ahead and utterly defund schools here. I think we'd have to clarify as well that what the purpose of higher education is. And the purpose is job training, right? We'll have to push people into majors that employers dictate. There will be no more philosophy major upstarts. Sorry to anyone who's majoring in English, literature, or good riddance history. No, from here on out, it's marketing, business administration, programming, and drone repair, I think is probably something that you might want to go into. Coursework will be dictated by employers, and this is, of course, where the University of Walmart and the University of Google will excel. This will be, actually, as Therun puts it, how the people from Udacity will tout their degrees, not because it's prestigious, but because it's how they can demonstrate that they have the job preparation. Of course, some things won't change, right? If you are one of the very, 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 very few, the 1% who gets to go to Harvard or MIT, then the purpose of higher education will actually be to connect you to the network of venture capitalists and future secretaries of the Treasury. To get to only 10 universities in the world, we will have to dismantle our current research university system. Someone's going to have to pick up the brunt of what Johns Hopkins University's been doing. They didn't make the top 10. Someone's going to have to do medical research. They're also big into cryptography. Gosh, I wonder who'll handle that. Someone's going to have to pick up the pieces, and this is a wonderful irony, from the Milton Friedman Institute at the University of Chicago, but that just seems sort of apt, right, that gets taken over by private sector. Someone's going to have to figure out what happens to the Lawrence Livermore Lab stuff at UC Berkeley. Berkeley also did not make the list. But of course, much of this research can and will be outsourced to private corporations, undertaken by wealthy individuals who want to perhaps build their own galactic vehicles or tunnels to get people from the East Coast to the West Coast quickly. There's also think tanks. I figure if the furlough continues, Booz Allen will be looking for more work, so there's plenty for them here. Incidentally, if your research is in the humanities, you can always try Kickstarter. Sorry. We're going to have to kill graduate school. I mean, we'll still want to cultivate a few superstar professors, and maybe that can happen at Harvard and MIT, but that could probably also happen in Hollywood. So that actually doesn't have to be a function of the university at all. We'll have to rethink what expertise looks like, what domain expertise looks like, but with the rise of big data, who needs expertise? We'll just have algorithms. We'll have to agree with Sebastian Thrun, who says that higher education is about content delivery. But of course, thanks to the internet, content will be able to be delivered worldwide. Even with only 10 universities, we will not have to worry about the growing demand globally for education. As long as you have the right browser, if you're at the University of Google, of course, you'll be able to download Chrome for free. People will be able to learn anything they want on the internet. You hear that already. They'll be able to have educational content delivered to them with, of course, some major exceptions: walled gardens, licensing, and of course, copyright. The University of Pearson and its subsidiary Coursera will have full control of faculty IP. The University of Google and the University of Walmart will have total control over their students' data. But hey, they will make some really awesome recommendations for mortgage loans that you might want to get based on how well you score in calculus. So 10 universities of the world means that higher education as we know it will be unbundled. That's a special word. Unbundled, someone other than universities will have to provide the services that extend beyond content delivery. Private companies will run football, private companies will run tutoring, private companies will do research, private companies will handle assessment, private companies will run student housing, private companies will run daycare, private companies will run mental health services, private companies will guide students through their career paths. Thanks to big data, the University of Walmart and the University of Google will probably corner this market quite well. In 50 years, Sebastian Thrun says, there will only be 10 institutions in the world delivering higher education. I think he's totally wrong. None of this is inevitable, right? Not MOOCs, not the funding cuts, not the death of the giant brick and mortar research institution, or the death of the small liberal arts college. No matter how gleefully the libertarians and the venture capitalists in Silicon Valley rub their hands together and twist their snidely whiplash mustaches as they plot the demise of these institutions, I just don't think that this has to happen. I don't think that all of the stories about innovation have to be stories about profit, and I certainly don't think it has to be stories about doom. So what stands in the way? I mean, I think we stand. I think we stand in the way. I think we can resist. I think that there are other things that we offer. I think that we have, as Alan said, we have community. We have open networks. We believe in open content. We believe in sharing. We believe that place matters. We believe a place on and offline matters, one that isn't dictated by market forces. We believe in local expertise, but we believe in extending that to the rest of the world. We believe in local support. We believe in leveraging technology to connect local learners and local expertise to everywhere. We care about students. We have connections with one another. We appreciate wonder and curiosity and the intellectual serendipity that happens on a campus that doesn't necessarily happen, although I would say some of the recommendation emails I get from Coursera are pretty serendipitous about what they think classes I might be interested in, but that's not what I'm talking about. So I think, but I do think we can resist this sort of narrative that the university is about to be obliterated by something else. But I think we have to offer a stronger and a louder and a better articulated vision of what our vision of the future would look like. I think that it's really actually quite easy to paint a nightmare scenario about some of these things. I think it's much more challenging to sort of lay out a bold and loud vision for a more progressive future. But I think it's completely possible, and I think that many of the people in this room are absolutely doing that already. So, thank you.
And we are open for Q&A.
Great, you all agree with me. Cool.
Hi, I'm Carol Herney from James Madison University. And I work in faculty development. Faculty already think that education is about content delivery. I'm a biologist, and so how do we move that? I mean, I know there are the select few that sort of ascribe to the notion that we have something more to give, but I work with a whole lot of faculty who think that that is in fact their job.
I mean, I think that that's, I mean, I do think that this is part of the stories that we tell about what schooling looks like, and I don't think it's new at all. I mean, I think that there have long been images of opening up students' minds and, you know, pouring in the content, sealing it up, and sending them out into the world. But this is partly what I mean about sort of how do we do a better job of articulating this alternate view. I mean, I talk to a lot of folks who watched the same science fiction movies and read the same science fiction novels as I have. And I see some of these future technologies as being like really frightening, like the Matrix, where you get the thing injected in your back of your head, which is really just the new content delivery. It's just knowledge is injected into your head, as being really excited and super efficient. And wouldn't it be awesome if you could lay in bed and have, the knowledge of Kung Fu injected into you? So I do think we have to say, no, that's actually a horrible vision. And we have these other stories that we can tell. But I think that part of the way in which our institutions are structured around what the expectations are for students, I think that they lead us to these answers of content delivery. I do think that we have to have conversations about what is the purpose of our higher education. And if the purpose of higher education is football, then we should all run down a certain track and be a lot more like the University of Oregon. If the purpose of higher education is content delivery, then I think that we can move towards a different sort of future. If we want to articulate a different way of thinking about what the future can look like, I think we need to sort of tell better stories. That's a really, sorry.
Hi, I'm Steve Nodine at George Mason University, and I'm wondering if we accept that there's the value to the bundle, how do we square that with the movement, the advantages, the affordances that distance education and so forth affords us? How can we retain the value of the bundle, the value of place, and still accommodate what many of us find to be a very beneficial area of development?
I think that the bundle can include distance learning, but I think that we have to recognize that many students, particularly students who are first-generation college students, students who are parents, students who are working, they need a lot more support than simply the content delivery piece. And so I think that there are services, bundled services, that the university offers that are important if we, to sort of invoke a wonderful 70s, the whole child. We have to sort of think about what are all of these pieces that we offer students, because it really isn't, I would say for a growing number of students, it isn't simply that they can just take the content book delivery piece. They need help in a number of ways. They need help in thinking about how do they do research. They need help in thinking through their career path. They need help in navigating a bureaucratic institution that isn't always friendly to people who haven't been raised in a setting to sort of know how to navigate large bureaucracies. So I think that the bundle is particularly important for students. I think that the unbundling will hurt students who are already, I think, struggling to succeed in the institution as we have it today.
The question isn't bundling or not, bundling or a la carte. One thing that we might be forgetting is that the bundle changes over time.
Yes.
Appropriately. The other thing is that the bundle appropriate for one student may not be the same as the bundle appropriate for another. So we have to kind of weigh those things. But that's not really what I wanted to talk about. It seems to me that one of the assumptions behind the trend that we're seeing is the idea of higher education as a private good. Okay. How do we get back to selling the idea of higher education as a public good? Because I think that's really critical.
I absolutely agree with you. And I think that this is a lot of these discussions that we're hearing now, particularly some of the president's proposals to think about ranking schools based on individuals' graduates' earnings. All of these seem to be predicated on the value of an education is not just the individual, but it's the individual's earning potential. So I think that the public, I feel like both at the K through 12 and at the higher education level, we very much have lost the thread in terms of the importance of education as a public good. I don't know if that's something horrifically American that we're sort of about us, that we're so interested in sort of individual attainment that we've lost the sort of, I mean, Ken talked about reciprocity, that we've lost this notion that we do exist in a community. But I think, I also would say that some of these other movements around it, faculty, for example, doing a better job of articulating why their research should be open and accessible, not just to their 13 peers who happen to also study, 16th century Spanish courtly poetry, but like everyone should have access. Sorry, did I offend someone who studies Sorry, okay. But I think that open access, I think that faculty needs to make a better case for why their research matters, and not just matters because you can make like self-driving cars, but I do think that the humanities matter. I'm actually wildly biased in that sense. So.
Hi, Jonathan Levin. I'm the provost here at UMW. So I'm glad that we're not going to be reduced down to only 10.
I think he's revised it to 20.
Okay. But I think the fear that I have and others have is that we're in the middle of something. And when I spoke about this, when I started speaking about this about 3-4 years ago, I used the Bob Dylan line, "Something's happening here, but I don't know what it is." And you look at what happened in the publishing industry, what happened in the newspaper business, and you lost an enormous amount of diversity in a very short time. And you gained in other ways. Obviously, in journalism in particular, there were new things that emerged that are arguably good. But I think the landscape has really been tremendously changed. And I think the question for us in higher ed right now is, how much diversity are we going to lose, and what are we going to be left with in 10, 15, 20 years, 50 years? And I think the biggest fear that I have is that we're going to take a system that's already got a lot of inequality built into it in terms of access, and especially access to the kinds of resources that are available at the high prestige institutions, and it's only going to get a lot worse. That people who can't afford it, or people whose credentials aren't quite as strong when they're going into college, are going to be the ones left with the MOOCs, or some version of MOOCs that's not even as good as what the MOOCs might be, because the professors teaching the MOOCs are superstars at least. So I just wonder if you might say something. For me, the question has really been, how is what we're doing going to be fundamentally changed, and the kinds of opportunities that are available going to be transformed by this process? I don't think we're all going to disappear. I think a lot of institutions are going to survive, but how are they going to be changed in the process, and how is that ultimately going to impact access to high-quality education?
I mean, I think that globally, we're facing an incredible demand for higher education, and it isn't simply sort of the president's mandate here that everyone who graduates from high school should also go on and complete college. I mean, if you think about places in the developing world where people are absolutely interested in accessing higher education, I think that we have to think about, though, what is it that we're going to scale? Are we going to scale and replicate and copy and send out video lectures, or are we going to use the internet and use the web to help leverage human connection and the relationships that we can build with one another? I mean, and I do see the MOOCs in particular, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, I do see a lot of this as being quite a colonial enterprise, where you have these large, powerful institutions that have decreed that somehow their professor of, I could pick on so many MOOC superstar professors, but their professor in whatever discipline it is somehow the best professor, and that one person's content will suffice for everyone, which is ludicrous. I mean, it's ludicrous in terms of thinking that we only want one professor teaching Shakespeare, but it's ludicrous to think that a professor at Harvard would know the best way to teach Shakespeare to a bunch of students at a local community college in Oklahoma. I mean, I think we know that education is a deeply human and relationship-based interaction, even if we like to think of it as is very much about content mastery, it really is still about building relationships. And I do fear that unless we speak up and push back, that we are going to be sort of creating a larger divide with the students who get to go to the few very wealthy students, very well-connected students that get to experience human touch, and then the rest of us that get a televised version of that. So I mean, I do think that it is a real threat.
And I think with that, we need to conclude this session's Q&A. Please join me in thanking Audrey again.
Amazing. That was quick. We're all set. Yeah, you're golden. Want me to put that on you? You're even technical. You're not computer, Sebastian. Physical.
All right. Our next presenter is Dr. David Wiley. Dr. Wiley is co-founder of Lumen Learning, an organization dedicated to supporting and improving the adoption of open educational resources by middle schools, high schools, community and state colleges, and universities. Since 2008, he has been Associate Professor of Instructional Psychology and Technology at Brigham Young University, although he is currently on leave. I hear that's fun. Currently on leave with the support of a Shuttleworth Fellowship, and is simultaneously serving as Education Fellow at Creative Commons. As an academic, Professor Wiley has received numerous recognitions for his work, including an NSF Career Grant and appointments as a Puri Social Entrepreneurship Research Fellow in the BYU Marriott School of Business, as Senior Fellow for Strategy with the Saylor Foundation, and as a non-resident fellow in the Center for Internet and Society at Stanford Law School. As a social entrepreneur, Dr. Wiley has founded or co-founded numerous efforts, including Lumen Learning, Degreed, and the Open High School of Utah. In 2009, Fast Company named Dr. Wiley one of the 100 most creative people in business. Perhaps not as obvious from that brief bio is that David Wiley has a passion for music and musical theater, engaging at various points in composition, musical direction, a cappella, and a number of acting roles that maybe you all can bring out in the Q&A. Please welcome Dr. David Wiley, who's going to talk about staying relevant in the future of education.
I am not going to sing. Let's just be clear about that. So if you're tweeting, I saw some of you were tweeting and you weren't sure what the hashtag was. This is a hashtag, this is me on Twitter. I want to talk, what? You don't like my, you got to lead with the Galadriel quote. Okay, thank you. A loving laugh. So Galadriel famously said the world has changed, but of course it's actually worse or better depending on how you look at it. The world is, it doesn't just change and then wait 10 years and change again, right? It's constantly changing. We're constantly trying to figure out how to deal with these changes. I want to talk about 7 specific types of changes really quickly because I'm supposed to do this in like 10 or 15 minutes. So first is the change of things that used to be analog becoming digital. And maybe I don't need to say too much about that except like from vinyl to MP3. Good thing or bad thing, you be the judge. But moves from analog to being digital. Changes from being tethered, being stuck in one spot, to being mobile. So it used to be if I wanted to have a mic, I'd have to stand over there and be plugged into the wall and actually be at the computer to advance my slides. But now my job, my internet access, my phone, everything is unplugged now. Changes from us as a society being people who kind of conceal to being people who share. So when I took photos in the past, I put them in a shoebox and I stuck the shoebox in my closet. Now when I take a photo, I put it online and I share it with everyone for the whole world to see. I've thought a number of times, there's a whole semester class hiding in this slide, just exploring the permutations between, connections between people, with other people, people with content, content with content, which is what the web's about, right? Linking from one piece of content to another piece of content. systems to systems, which is what Ken was talking about, systems to content, people to systems. We're changing very much from being isolated to being connected, from being generic to being personal. It's kind of great that nobody's phone has gone off yet during the conversations today, but if your phone did go off, it probably wouldn't be the stock ringtone that came with your phone. You've probably personalized it in some way and personalized the wallpaper on your desktop and chose exactly which color car you wanted when you went to buy your car. As a group, I think we've changed from people who just consume to people who create. So we don't just read newspapers anymore and go to the movie theater. We also blog. We also shoot video, maybe sometimes on purpose and sometimes sort of incidentally or accidental video shooting that we share on YouTube. And then, of course, the change from things being closed to things being open, whether we're talking about the output of our research, the types of data maybe that we analyze to do our research, and the content that we create that kind of gets thrown off as exhaust of our process of engaging in education. So, if the left-hand column is sort of the way things used to be, and the right-hand column is sort of the way that things are now, one thing that I constantly find really depressing is you can just change the headings on these two columns and say, how does school work and how does the rest of my life work? And it actually reads pretty well. Sort of depressing. So I think you're familiar with the digital divide of people who have access to devices that get them online and get them in contact with digital content. I think of this as kind of the daily divide, the divide between our daily lives and what we're kind of submitted to in school. And if you go to Google and you say define academic, you'll see that the very second definition of academic is not of practical relevance or of only theoretical interest. So when a normal human being uses the word academic, it normally modifies the noun exercise, right? That's the way normal people think of the academy. And it's because of this daily divide issue that school is increasingly unrelevant to what's happening in the rest of their life. Now, you say, well, but wait a minute, what about online learning? To which I say, 20 years ago, this is a highly innovative response. And we can't just stop now and say, well, online learning is our response to what's happening in the world. In '93, it was our response. It was cool. If you think about these things I outlined a moment ago, does this have a pointer? Oh, there we go. Technology. Try to get Audrey to chase it, maybe. So if you think about online, what's different between online and face-to-face, right? Yes, all the content now is digital instead of being print, except sometimes for our online classes, we still assign printed textbooks for students to read. Famously, I can sit at home and do it in my pajamas instead of having to come to class. But when you think about, oh my gosh, online learning is so much more isolating than going into the classroom. Everybody's getting exactly the same thing. We're all consumers. You're telling me that I'm not creating new material for other students to learn from. You're telling me I'm not allowed to talk to anyone else because that's not collaboration, that's academic dishonesty. So I need to conceal my work from other people. And of course, if I don't, pay my registration fee and run the gauntlet of your admissions process and whatever else happens, I don't get in. So online learning doesn't even get us halfway to responding to what is happening in the world. And if instead of online learning, if we said MOOCs, oh, well, MOOCs must be our big response, right? Well, no. You think MOOCs are open, but I'm actually going to define the word open in just a minute and demonstrate that MOOCs actually aren't open in any meaningful way. Maybe we'd say they're more about sharing than about concealing until you go and read the terms of use on one of these websites. So I'm not going to violate the first law of PowerPoint. I'm just going to wait and let you read it for yourself. These terms are not written by an entity that's interested in sharing anything with anybody. Right? Oh, but the Georgia Tech MOOC. The Georgia Tech MOOC is going to change everything. Well, no. Do you know what you call it when you take a MOOC and you charge money for it and you award credit at the end? You call that an online class. That is not a MOOC. Okay? Let's just be really clear. It's like, well, we tried that MOOC thing. It wasn't working really well. Well, what if we charge money for it? Now, we could award credit for it, too. Oh, my gosh. It's 1993. We've solved it. All right. Holy Hannah. Okay. So of this list of things on the right-hand column, I think openness is fundamental. And I want to talk about why it's fundamental for just a minute. Probably one of the ways that you hear open used most often in the higher ed context is as a modifier for educational resources. We know what educational resources are. They're textbooks and syllabi and lesson plans and videos and they're things like that. So that's what educational resources are. But what does open mean in this context? Open means two things very specifically. Right? It means I have free and unfettered access to the textbook or the video or whatever it is. Not only do I not have to pay, I don't have to give you my email address, I don't have to jump through some hoop to register, free and unfettered access. And in legal terms, in terms of copyright, I get what we call the 4R permissions. I get copyright permissions to reuse the material, to make copies of it and reuse it verbatim, to take it and change it, adapt it, modify it, however I need to, so it supports my students and their learning, to take two or more things and do a mashup or remix them to create something new, and then always to redistribute whatever the new thing I've created is. When I have free and unfettered access and I have these legal permissions, then we say that what we're talking about is open. And you can see that in the case of the MOOCs, you don't have these permissions, and you don't even have unfettered access. You might have free access. So the MOOCs are just not getting it done for us. So I want to focus on these things down here in the box and talk about why open is fundamental to them really quickly. So starting with connecting. It's hard to connect to something that you don't have access to. So if I'm teaching Calc 2 this semester and I say, hey, I want you to go back and review that stuff from Calc 1 last term, oh goodness, well, you're not enrolled in the Blackboard section of Calc 1 and you can't get in, you can't see anything, it's just all gone. We used to joke that if Facebook worked like Blackboard, every 15 weeks they'd delete all your friends, delete all your photos, unsubscribe you from all your groups. It's just not a way of building community. Right? It's about blowing everything up. It's about deleting everything every 15 weeks. That's the way learning management systems work. If that content were open, I could link to it. But when it's hidden inside this password-protected space, I can't connect to it. So open is fundamental to my ability to connect. Personalizing. Now, from a technical perspective, maybe it's possible for me to make changes and modifications and adaptations, but legally, it's probably a little scary for me to do that if I know I don't have permission. Or if I think I'm going to fall back on some kind of quaky claim about fair use, or maybe this qualifies under the Teach Act or whatever. But if material is open, if I have those 4R permissions, I know that I can always engage in this task of personalization. And as far as creating and sharing goes, there's very little incentive to make something, and there's certainly no incentive to share it. If you're always worried about, well, did the way I used this, is that legal? Or when it's done, is there any place for me to go and put it? How am I going to share it? Where am I going to share it through? If there's no YouTube, how many phones have cameras in them? If there's no YouTube, right? There's got to be an outlet for sharing these things. Otherwise, there's no incentive for you to engage in the creative process. When you can assume open at the bottom of this, all of these problems disappear. When you can assume open, you can connect, you can personalize, you can create, you can share, you can do all of these things. So in this sense, openness is fundamental. We have to understand this principle of openness and commit to it and engage in it if we want to unlock these other pieces. And it can't just be kind of a halfway thing. It's something we really have to commit to. This daily divide, it's not just a matter of kind of one side going one direction and the other holding still. I think the two sides are actually moving apart from each other with increasing speed. For example, when you think about content, when you think about movies, music, TV shows, those things are becoming increasingly affordable for students to get access to. When you think about textbooks are going from affordable to expensive, right? Over 800% the last 30 years. I think this is the best way to lay out the difference. This is the math in a student's head, right? For $8 a month, I can subscribe to Netflix. For $8 a month, I can subscribe to Hulu. And for $10 a month, Spotify. So for what, $25 a month, I can get every TV show, every movie, and every song ever recorded. Or for $20 a month, I could rent 1 month's access to a biology textbook. That's the math. one biology textbook here, every movie, TV show, and song ever recorded. I get 1 month of access. Which am I going to pick? Unless, of course, you choose an open textbook in which you get free access forever. And you get permission to reuse it, remix it, revise it, redistribute it. So there's not time to go into it right now unless this is what you want to talk about in particular in the discussion section. But when you think about open and this idea of sharing and of giving away some of your copyrights in terms of, allowing other people to make changes, allowing other people to redistribute those changes, allowing people to have free access. There's implications across the whole spectrum here, right? There's different things we can do in our teaching if we assume that students can just take the textbook, open it up, and start editing it. There are different kinds of assignments we can give. There are different kinds of assessments we can give. When we actually value openness in our research and our scholarship, there's different things we can reward and incentivize in the tenure and promotion process. There are different ways to think about our business model as institutions, because even though we're not a business in the sense that we worry about the bottom line, we are a business in the sense that if people stop paying, we don't get to come to work anymore, right? I mean, you might be required to, even though you're not being paid during the furlough, but that aside, there are business model issues for us to worry about, even though we don't think about ourselves as a business, and those are impacted by open. So this idea of minding the future and what's our role in the future, of course we're going to continue to have a role in the future as long as we remain, or you might argue become once again, relevant. It's just a matter of finding the will to make the kinds of changes that we need to make. Right? I think the Reformation is the very best metaphor for this. We're an institution, we're a long, storied tradition, an institution with lots of history and tradition. We're all members of the priesthood, you guys know that, right? Of these institutions. And there are people who are kind of making noise about maybe we could do some things in a different way. Now, we can excommunicate all of those people, and then 20 or 30 years later, after they eat away at our membership base and our influence and everything else, we can make the changes they wanted us to make in the first place. Or instead of excommunicating them all, we could keep them inside and actually find the institutional will to make some of these changes moving forward and actually stay relevant. Now, maybe that's a slightly sacrilegious metaphor, but I think it's actually the best one. Okay, that's it.
And once again, we have about 10 minutes for Q&A. Anybody want to get us started? Did I see a? Okay. You're a guest too.
Thank you, David. That was
welcome.
That was great. I think part of the motivation for closed, aside from the fact that that's just the way it's always been, and we're very conservative institutionally, goes back to the question of bundling. What's our value added if we give all this stuff away? Okay, I think maybe if we can answer that question, it makes it easier to be open.
Yeah, well, it's a question of what you're bundling, right? I've often said that any faculty member who can be replaced by YouTube videos desperately needs to be, right? Replaced by YouTube videos. What is it that the university does in addition to delivering content? We do things like assess learning. We do things like award credentials. We do things like provide a place for social life to happen. Back to this idea of place again, right? And when you talk about bundling, I hear content delivery, learner support, assessment, credentialing, socialization. That, to me, is the big functional pieces of the bundle of higher ed, right? So is it true that, actually, I think, here you go. Okay. Are there other places to go and get content? Yes. Are there other places to go get your question answered, then come to campus and find a tutor? Yes. Are there people developing alternative models for assessment, competency-based models? Yes. Are there people doing credentials in alternative ways, whether it's around PLAR or competency-based or certifications? Yes. Are there other places students can go to find social life? Yes. Right? Now, the real kicker here is, when you find out you have cancer, you don't call your general practitioner, right? You go to somebody who specializes, right? So the idea that we as an institution are sort of generalists and that we try to provide all these different functions to people, and there are people who are focusing on just a single vertical. I have to pay you for this afterwards. I just threw all these slides away. I threw them at the end. This is the question, right? What is the value of integration? Why wouldn't I go get my content here, do my PLAR through Empire State in the SUNY system and put this together? Why would I come to one place? And if we can answer that question, then we know a lot about ourselves and how we look going forward. If we can't answer that question, then it might be difficult times. We're not going to get down to 10 schools, by any stretch. But if you can't articulate what value you add to the world, it's hard to persuade other people to come, partake of that value that you can't identify, right? You got your one question.
I know. You're not leaving yet.
I'm not leaving yet. I'm here. Okay, please.
So in the open world, how are the content creators rewarded? How are royalties dealt with, protection of intellectual property and so forth?
How do we reward people for the research that they do? We reward them for the research that they do by forcibly taking away their copyright, which we give to a publisher, and then we make them volunteer as reviewers for either that journal or other journals. And then at the end, when it's all said and done, we make them pay a license fee to get access to their own work again at the end of the day, right? Actually, how many schools in the Virginia system total? Somebody in this room has to know. 15, okay. Let's pretend that's true. It's probably true, okay. So, yeah, then there's VCCS, I know. Right, so as a taxpayer, you pay money into a pool, which goes to then commission a piece of research. So now you've paid to have that research done. Now the results get written up, and they get published in some Elsevier journal, which costs $10,000 a year to subscribe to. And now all 15 schools in the system go pay to subscribe to that journal. And then normal Bob taxpayer, who's not affiliated with an institution now, is paid 16 times for that research and doesn't have access to it still, right? Because he supports the public institutions. So it really cracks me up. Maybe that's the wrong phrase. That we think so differently about the content that we sort of throw off as we're getting ready to go to class and some notes that we prepare and stuff we pull together, that somehow that's super valuable. I don't believe in the phrase intellectual property, but your phrase, so I'll use it. That's somehow super valuable IP, but that this research that we do, we should just bend over backwards and hand it to people and pay to get it back from them. I think if you're really concerned about protecting your intellectual property, education probably isn't the right sector for you to work in. Education is about sharing and giving and spreading and promoting and promulgating, and it is not about hiding and withholding and protecting and concealing. Faculty who are really good at protecting and concealing and withholding don't, win teaching awards. There's a great lawsuit, great in that if you need a good laugh, you could go read more about it, by a faculty member down in Florida a couple of years ago against students who, the faculty member essentially said, my lectures are my copyrighted intellectual property, making the notes that you take during class derivative works of my copyrighted intellectual property. Consequently, I get to choose how you're able to use my notes because they're derivative works of my copyrighted intellectual. What are you doing in education, right? Go work for Pearson or something, right? Go work for somebody whose business is concealing and withholding unless you've paid, right? That's not our job, I think, particularly those of us that work at, BYU is not a public institution, but it has very much a public service sort of mission about blessing the lives of all of God's children, not blessing the lives of everybody that can afford tuition, right? That's not and I don't think that any analogous statement applies to, to any of you. Why we get hung up on this idea? And if there's anybody in the room that's anybody ever written a textbook in the room? Anybody ever made enough money to make one mortgage payment on your house? I mean, it's like buying a lottery ticket. Yeah, hope springs it. We have this dream that we're all going to be rich, because I've really cracked the nut on how to teach college algebra. The 1,000 textbooks that came before mine, just they didn't know what they were talking about, right? I don't know that I'm really answering your question except to say, man, if you think about ideas as a form of property and you think they need to be protected and licensed and other people should only get access to them if they have permission, I think you're in the wrong sector. I think you ought to work for a publisher. And I don't mean you, I mean you. Not to put too fine a point on my feeling. Sorry. The cog dog.
David.
Sir.
I mean, the split you did in the beginning, I mean, what other sectors do you see more on the right side than the left that you would compare to?
Well, no, I won't go back to it. Well, the tech industry, for one. Are you trying to goad me into making a comment about government? Is that the?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay, okay.
What else can we compare to? I mean, we've got, the public space where people socialize and entertain online.
Uh-huh.
We've got education. What are some of the other big steps that you can do?
Well, name another sector. I mean, it probably would be informative to lay out 10 sectors and try to diagram it out and see where they lie in various places. But, so handhelds, mobile, right? Manufacturing, healthcare. I mean, publishing. Woo! Yeah, publishing as a sector. Yeah, I mean, that would actually be a really informative exercise to lay them all out and match them up in that grid.
We probably have time for one more question.
Or not.
Well, in that case, please join me in thanking
thank you.
David Wiley.
The person we all can. Oh, I don't know about that. I didn't come to
You
hear him.
already
I
have
came
one.
to hear you.
I need to go get a dongle. It's mine.
We got 2 minutes. Okay.
Please help yourself to something to drink. We got about 2 minutes, but if you go over the 2 minutes, you will be publicly shamed. So make it quick.
I'm not afraid of you.
It takes a very steady hand.
Yeah, tell me about it.
There we go. You rock. Put this on, and then we'll get that in.
All right.
Put this wherever you want.
Really?
Stay away
You're
from
about to be mic'd.
You've been to the bathroom already?
Yeah.
No kidding. Yeah, typically there's something about the sun and shining when we get. No? Is it up?
You're good.
All right. Terrifico. Looks like it. Terrific.
Yeah, so it would be good. Because Garner, he knows this is it. It's the anchor. We can pull it all together. We got a couple of minutes and we'll go. I didn't realize how many of you are really not afraid of me. Have you read my blog? I think the Chev folks will tell you, I am a loose cannon. Sit down and get ready. Okay, about 30 seconds. If you get back in your seat, we're going to go with the finale, Gardner Campbell. It should be great. Let's go.
Yeah, that's Ken's. Oh, okay. Sorry. Don't read into that. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and take our seats, please.
I'm going to yell at a member of our Board of Visitors with provost to get it down, though. 10-year-old goes so far.
All right. Hopefully we're all hydrated at least and prepared for Gardner Campbell, who's going to bat cleanup today. Lots of exciting baseball metaphors that I'll leave out from there. As some of you may have heard, John Udell had a family emergency and couldn't be with us today, and we wish him and his family well, and we thank him for his support of UMW's work over the last decade. So you should know that Gardner had a whole 48 hours to prepare for this presentation, so it's going to be great. No, he's going to be terrific. So let me introduce Gardner Campbell more formally. Dr. W. Gardner Campbell is Vice Provost for Learning Innovation and Student Success at Virginia Commonwealth University. Before coming to VCU, Gardner held posts at Virginia Tech as Senior Director for Networked Innovation in the Division of Teaching Enhanced Learning and Online Strategies and Associate Professor of English. How did you fit that all on one business card? At Baylor, where he was Founding Director of the Academy for Teaching and Learning and Associate Professor of Literature, Media, and Learning. And of course, here at Mary Washington, where he was Professor of English and Assistant Vice President for Teaching and Learning Technologies during the founding days of that division now known as DTLT. All told, Dr. Campbell has worked at 4 Virginia institutions and went to graduate school at a 5th. So if anyone can comment on the state of Virginia higher education, it's Gardner. And today, he's going to talk about observable work in an age of disruption. Please welcome Gardner Campbell.
Thank you, Jeff. Am I on the air? Are we good? Everything good? Okay, good. Andy gives me thumbs up, so I figure we're in good shape. So it's a great pleasure to be here. Luckily, I had nothing else to do in the last 48 hours, so I was able to devote a large amount of my copious leisure time to thinking through what I would share with you all today. But it is kind of a karmic debt. The last time I was this close to John Udell on the program, I got out of a van. I had driven like a bat out of Denver to Aspen, or actually it was Snowmass, where I succumbed immediately to food poisoning from the Denver airport and altitude sickness. It was a mess. John Udell was going to be talking about disruption with me. He proceeded, undisrupted, to go ahead and deliver his talk while I was up sipping Coke and eating crackers in my hotel room. So it is a debt I'm happy to repay. Unfortunately, John cannot be with us today, but I will step in only mildly disrupted and try to share something with you that will round out the afternoon, perhaps. Remember, I am all that stands between you and the wine and the snacks, although some of you may have gotten into those already. That's fine. But the good news is I am all that stands between you and the reception, so that's great. I understand that my recent blog post on optimism came up earlier today. So let me hasten to add that I, lately, in particular, have been blogging against whatever I'm feeling. So I wrote the blog post on optimism on a day when I was feeling very depressed. And that's a way of telling you that what I'm about to say here is also optimistic because of some real depression that I'm struggling with. but one I've tried to frame in terms of what I take to be some of John Udell's central concerns, and maybe something that we can at least take away as a kind of one of those inspirational, motivational things that you know to distrust. So let's get started. So John Udell likes to talk about observable work, and this is from a blog post on a woodworker, Historic Homeworks. A fellow named John Leake, John Udell celebrated in a blog post back in 2009, I believe it was. This is a fellow who has all of the work he does narrated, explained, videoed, the whole thing up online. And it has, of course, increased his business because you can both learn from him and then you see how amazing he is. And when you get in a really tough jam, you'll hire him. But the idea was that John brought up that when you put your work online, when you do observable work, you actually knit people together in a way that earlier patterns of living did when we all lived in the village and we could go down to see the village blacksmith. We could go down to see the village dentist. We could go down to the saloon. There's the reception again. And we would know by watching other people work what kind of a thing a blacksmith was and maybe whether we would want to be one or not. So this was John's Exhibit A for the value and the business sustainability of a kind of open, observable work. And John isolated several factors in what he called observable work. One was narration of work. Let's cut to the chase. This is called blogging most of the time, all right? I've lived through many, many years of people saying, blogging, oh, it's a terrible word, it's a great word, it's just a fantastic word, and just take it from me, all right? Narration of work, that's the first thing John pointed out. Telling the story of what you're doing instead of simply delivering the content. You actually make it into a story. The possibility of online apprenticeship, which John has found he can do in learning to play guitar, learning how to do woodworking, learning how to mow his lawn, learning how to run. All these are possibilities. If you haven't gotten into the get ready for your knee replacement surgery genre, there's a whole raft of them up there too. I wouldn't do that on a full stomach. Nevertheless, and I'm also a little unclear about the apprenticeship angle of that. Never mind. The idea of tacit knowledge, this becomes very, very important. Many students report that they learn the most from their teachers' digressions. Maybe that's wishful thinking on my part. But there is a way in which when you're telling the thing in a way that's a narrative, in a way that invites participation, sometimes these little things that you don't even know that you know and other people don't know will simply slip out. The things that we don't necessarily think to present, but in the moment, it comes out in ways that communicate valuable knowledge that would otherwise be silent. John also talks about screencasting to document our work in the virtual world. How many of you have done a screencast at some point? Good. You should all learn to do that. In fact, the iPhone and the Android platforms have it built in. It was one of the first things I noticed when I got my iPhone, that you could take a picture of what was on the screen. Right? How many of you have taken a picture of something that's on the screen to share with somebody else? All right? 5 years ago, probably 2 people would have done that at most in this room. But there's huge value in this because when you go into the virtual world, you're going someplace. And you want to take pictures of where you've been so you can share that with other people. Shout out at this point to Jerry Slazak. Where are you, Jerry? Jerry turned me on to the John Udell screencast on heavy metal umlaut bands, which started the whole John Udell thing for me. How many of you have seen John Udell's heavy metal umlaut band screencast? All right, you've got some fun in store for you tonight. Bring the whole family around. Most of it's suitable for workplace. The part where it's vandalized on the Wikipedia page and it's not suitable for workplace, John gets by that so professionally that it's suitable for workplace. Okay. And then a video to document our work in the physical world. I'd say this is probably not lecture capture exactly, although it could be depending on the lecture, but it is an opportunity to make a movie of what we're doing in the real world so that can be shared as well. Those are the things outlined in a blog post called Mind, Hands, and Heart. John Leake on internet video for sharing knowledge about historic home preservation. Don't try to write that URL down. Just Google Udell Mind, Hands, Heart. Now, that's observable work. Thank you very much. Now for disruption. Does anyone in here have serious doubts that we are living in a time of massive disruption? I'm curious, really, it's a real question. All right, then I will be able to go a little faster and not have to make that part of the case. We will simply take it on faith that we are living in a massively disruptive time. You may remember that the disruptor was the bad weapon in the Star Trek universe. The phaser was a good clean stun, or you just got vaporized. It was over with very, very quickly. However, the Romulans, initially, the Klingons later got them, had these instruments called disruptors, which were outlawed by whatever Geneva Conventions hold true in the Star Trek universe, which the Romulans disobey because somebody has to. And so the disruptor would just make you writhe in pain as you were being torn to bits. So if you're not feeling a little writhy, if there's no pain in your experience of the modern telecommunications global light speed revolution, then probably you're not paying close attention. So let's look at this again. Let's recap, shall we? Observable work in a time of disruption. Oh, as we writhe together. Narration of work. Tell the story of your writhing. Online apprenticeship. I will take on any writhing apprentice who wants to be privy to that experience. Tacit knowledge. How are you suffering? Inside, right? Screencasting to document our work in the virtual world. No lack of examples of disruption there. No lack of examples about how our work in the real world is being disrupted. And unfortunately, this is where the talk takes a somber turn. I've turned but a challenge for the EdTech tribe. EdTech I will define loosely to include anyone who is working in the field of digital expression or thinking about the field of digital expression. There are such people. You probably are one or know one or you're sitting next to one. And in this world, the most massive disruption of all comes here. Oh, please, not another neoliberal techno-utopian. Can you believe that home builder John Leake? Really? John. Somebody's doing something nefarious in that observable work, don't you think? I mean, really. Let's just go back here a minute, all right? I mean, look at that. You can see that's a techno-utopian. You can see that's a neoliberal. Late-stage capitalist, white male hegemonist, anti-tree. Boy, tough crowd. Y'all just going to buy this? Come on now. Right, so here's the deal. There is a way in which, as I think about the state of educational technology, what we're doing in higher ed, I get worried. Will the academy eat itself yet again? Not because it won't adopt MOOCs, maybe it will. Not because it won't adopt the internet, maybe it will. Not because it won't get connected, maybe it will. Maybe we always bring the snake into the garden with us. And I worry about that. Here's a blog post by a friend and colleague, Alex Reed. He blogs at Digital Digs. And this was a particular post he wrote called Ramsey, Liu, Cultural Critique, and DH. How many of you know what DH is? All right, see? What's the matter with the rest of you? You must not be faculty. You don't know the state of the conversation. You're probably complicit. Are you the man? All right, somebody shout it out. What's DH? See? Right? Good. Say it with me. Digital humanities. See? They even... what's wrong with you all? You're not supposed to... don't repeat after me, please. All right. So you go to this particular post, And this is a guy who runs the writing instruction program at SUNY Buffalo. And very theoretically sophisticated, highly refined in only the way PhDs can be. Thank you very much. And he's writing this post about the limits of what he calls cultural critique. That is the thing that says, oh no, another techno-utopian, post-liberal, late-stage capitalist, white male hegemonist tree hater, woodworker. And in this post, and I will read these slides to you, and you will like it. The one nice thing about cultural critique is that you can always count on it to make the same argument. I think it's safe to say that Ramsey and Liu have more generosity toward critique than I do. Ramsey writes, writing a book of contra-cultural studies seems to me to be the wrong direction entirely. I would like to make positive statements about what we're doing, about why it's different, and about the ethical problems it raises. The insights of cultural criticism are not so easily dismissed. That's the sound of the Academy munching on itself. You hear that? That's okay. That's okay. I'm saying that sincerely. You'll see why that's important in a moment. Alex goes on, I understand Ramsey's position, especially from within the DH world. How many of you live within the DH world? You don't have PhDs, all right, that's all right. Where speaking against cultural studies is likely to result in a lot of vitriol being sent in one's direction. Actually, it's all too easy to critique, because everything is always already subject to critique, and critique is interminable. Cultural critique is its own disciplinary hegemony, reproducing itself. It's the thought police of the humanities, posing as skepticism, but assailing its detractors as automatically being willing, or perhaps even worse, unwitting servants of hegemony. Now, stay with me for a moment. But I agree with Ramsey that it's not worth doing that, but maybe for different reasons. For me, critiquing critique just feeds back into the same machine. The point is to move on from critique and do something different, which is what Alex tried to do in this blog post, carrying the entire heavy weight of the Academy as it eats itself and grows fat on its own corpus. This is what it seems to me in the dead of night would be the nightmare scenario. And this picks up on something I heard Audrey say. What are we doing that actually communicates the value of what we're doing to an outside world that actually thinks that Alice Munro may have deserved a Nobel Prize, or that you can actually say one piece of writing might be more influential than another, or in which the conversation about the enormous opportunities that we have at this moment in history turns into something that's not just inquiring into other people's hidden motives. Now, brief digression. I have encountered hidden motives in my life. Sometimes I have hidden my own. I am not naive about that. However, when Alex says critiquing critique just feeds back into the same machine, or as one of my colleagues likes to say, it just feeds the beast, the question is, what do you do then? How do you actually do something different? How can we move ahead in this world of possibility, keeping our wits about us, but not simply destroying our chances to do something new, something that is not academic or an exercise? Well, as soon as Alex wrote this blog post, there were comments. The first one was, I think it would improve your reasoning to read earlier critiques of technology, such as that at link. Yes. And Alex, trying hard to do what he says we should do in the midst of a snark coming his way, says, second paragraph, in the 20 years since I first stepped into grad school, I've encountered plenty of verbal vitriol. The suggestion that something would improve your reasoning is a fairly light ad hominem jab. In grad school, the Red Theory Collective, as they called themselves, would attack anyone who did not share their convictions with the certainty that no other position was morally or intellectually acceptable. Having an interest in Deleuze meant being ludic. Now, probably half the house now is so, right? You'd want to be ludic, right? It means playful, right? But no, inside the Academy, we will eat ourselves. We will throw away this opportunity, because otherwise, how could we say we deserve to get out of grad school? Being a rhetorician, having an interest in Deleuze meant being ludic, which was apparently a code word for being a reprobate. Being a rhetorician who studies technology in departments that were predominantly about literary study has often meant being perceived as the devil incarnate. And that takes all kinds of forms, from personal attacks to strategic bureaucratic moves. I've constructed a career around being a necessary evil. I wish I had written that sentence. And I may yet, because I do have permission to remix and reuse it. And then my favorite part, but we've all been through these things, right? Hell, one of my colleagues called another one a lunatic on the departmental email list this morning, and it's not even 8 a.m. yet. Anybody in a department here? The one thing we all should know is that theory and a thorough humanities education does not produce people who are more civil or ethical. Sometimes I fear that nothing will improve our reasoning, to use your phrase. Now, I urge you, just after the heavy metal umlaut band excursion that you'll take, to find this particular post. Just Google Alex Reed cultural critique. It'll be right there. Because later in the comment stream, they actually have a conversation. Alex calls Michael out. Michael responds. After about 3 or 4 turns, they establish common ground. Common ground not because one person's read something the other person hasn't and can be beaten up thereby, not because one person is an hegemonist or the devil incarnate or a post-liberal, late-stage capitalist techno-utopian, but because, well, Michael had been up late because he's raising small children. He was a little frayed. Alex had been working through stuff he's been trying to get over since graduate school 20 years before. That's what it does to you. And he was a little frayed. And both of them started trying to walk the walk of being civil and ethical and to do what Wikipedia advises, which is not to be a snark. The Urban Dictionary says it's a combination of snide and remark, nor to exhibit verbal ingenuousness, which is not even really a word, but I won't be snarky about that because I admire the coinage. That is brief, subtle, yet quite stabbing. Snark is often marked by deep creativity and use of psychological attack, as only PhDs can muster. It employs cold-bloodedness and is best served unprovoked. Snark can contain hidden complimentary meaning under a mean face, but it hurts more than it strengthens. And the thing I really love about the Urban Dictionary is that you can always buy snark mugs and shirts, so they've got a business plan. Tagged as Frank Black, narc, black verbal combat, chicanery, bombastic, lay waste to by sugar booger in 2007. Not that. Michael and Alex tried to do this. Finally, they tried to assume good faith. This is difficult. It's difficult to assume good faith when you know that Google has caved to the NSA. It's difficult to assume good faith when Sebastian Thrun starts tossing around this crap about 10 universities left standing. It's hard to assume good faith even when you walk up to Daphne Kohler and say, I didn't like your TED Talk. I didn't think you were telling the truth. I don't believe a word you're saying. And yet, if we don't, there will be trouble. There is trouble. But here's Wikipedia. Remember Wikipedia? 10 years ago, nobody cared. About 8 or 7 years after that, it was the devil incarnate. Now everyone uses it. I even hear people enjoy it. And there are guidelines. Assume good faith. Conflict of interest. Don't bite the newbies. Clearly, they've never been to graduate school. Don't disrupt Wikipedia to make a point. Etiquette. Gaming the system. User pages. These are parts of Wikipedia that many people don't know about, but I urge you to take a look at their behavioral guidelines. I am not asserting that Wikipedia is perfect. I am asserting that it's miraculous, and they've worked hard amidst all of these years and all of these possibilities of useless disruption to keep something alive in which we could assume good faith and do what we do when we assume good faith, which is build together. Assuming good faith is a fundamental principle on Wikipedia. It's the assumption that editors' edits and comments are made in good faith. Most people try to help the project, not hurt it. Just for projects, start putting in higher ed. If this were untrue, a project like higher ed would be doomed from the beginning. Well, it depends on the day. This guideline does not require that editors continue to assume good faith in the presence of obvious evidence to the contrary. Assuming good faith does not prohibit discussion and criticism. Rather, editors should not attribute the actions being criticized to malice unless there is specific evidence of malice. That's hard, and it will always be a judgment call. And yet, without it, no Wikipedia. Without it, maybe no higher ed or civilization. So there's the snark. You may seek it with thimbles and seek it with care. You may hunt it with forks and hope. You may threaten its life with a railway share. You may charm it with smiles and soap. That's exactly the method the bellman bold in a hasty parenthesis cried. That's exactly the way I've always been told that the capture of snarks should be tried. So as you head to the reception, break out your forks, break out your hope. If you have smiles and soap, use them too. Think about the fawns and the fact that he jumped the shark. And while you think about that, think about whether or not you have a chance, like me, because this came to me as I thought about a moment when I had been snarky. And let's see if we can jump the snark instead. Because in the end, what we in this tribe need to do, need to have, need to show in an age of disruption is just where John Udell started all of this. Mind, hands, heart, omit any one of those at your peril. Thank you. You'd be foolish to have questions. But I would be happy to entertain any of them.
Raise your hand, we'll come to you.
Don't be shy, don't be snarky. Oh, no.
Just kidding. We would never
No,
do that.
we're not.
We would never do that.
No. He's kidding, I'm not.
Okay, well, I will be around, and you know where to find me. All right? I'll be with the wine.
Thank you, Gardner.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Brian. You bet.
Okay, so in about 2 minutes, actually now, you can go have some refreshments. We will meet back at 6 o'clock here, because you're not really leaving, and we will have the panel presentation, which will run from 6 to 7:30 with all our speakers today, Jeff McClurkin as the moderator. Please join us then, and enjoy your meal or your refreshment. That's great.
I so enjoyed it. Yeah, I found that. I just found it. Yeah. Yeah, that's our, well, that's the newest one we bought. We had 2 disappear, so now we're on our 3rd. Okay. So, we're back.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Tim Boy, can you turn this one up? Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, there we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, about 5 more minutes, so if you want another drink, this is last call for alcohol. In about 5, Jesus, shut up. In about 5 minutes, we're going to be starting the final presentation, so if you'd like some more libations, a little something to eat, now's the time. We will be reconvening for the final panel presentation with all our speakers today. Thank you all for coming, and we're looking forward to the final finale.
How long is that presentation supposed to be?
Everything go good?
Those presentations tomorrow, 5 minutes?
This one? The ones you're doing? Tomorrow? Well, no, they're like, you can take them all you want. And you have up to 45 minutes. But they're friends off.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we actually broke them out into individual panels, and the idea was, that's why we need to have on. The idea is like, do anywhere 10 to 15 minutes, kind of like today. Most of them did. But they actually did go on, they were actually really good, because everything was 15 minutes.
You know I can feel it. Just 5 seconds.
Don't turn it up very loud. Am I on now?
Did you guys steal those chairs for commencement or something?
Yeah, they're the BOV chairs. Sure, absolutely. This is a test. This is a test. This is a test.
Real gentle. Keep talking.
Sure. We're getting ready to start now, so move on to your seats, please.
Is that good?
Sound fine to me.
Apologies if I have screwed up.
this event. And I want to thank UMW's President Rick Hurley for his role in conceiving and supporting this event, and for his ongoing champion of initiatives for the future, digital and otherwise, at the school. And I would say that even if he wasn't my boss. Right? We've gathered here tonight an impressive set of teachers, authors, thought leaders, and journalists who engage with questions of higher education, of technology, and of the intersection between the two. We're okay on the mic?
Take your headphones off. We can hear.
As much as I like to hear my own voice. Yeah, okay. So tonight we're going to discuss MOOCs and LMSs, online and face-to-face learning, pedagogy and practice, outcomes and inspirations. We'll delve into the roles of students, faculty, and staff, as well as technologists, investors, and the state in the digital age of higher education. We'll talk about the place of campuses, computers, and the cloud. And we'll talk about the crises and opportunities for higher education. To paraphrase Mark Twain, is the report of the death of higher education as we know it an exaggeration? If you've been here all afternoon, you've already heard the beginnings of this conversation from each of our panelists. You've heard about how we can develop memorable educational futures, about how access, privacy, and security are critical to developing a digitally fluent, adaptive, creative generation of lifelong student citizens, about the potential, hopefully just the potential, for a dystopian future of monolithic higher education factories, about how open can help higher ed remain relevant, and about the ethical imperative of sharing our work with others. But now you'll get to hear them in conversation with each other and with you as well once we get to Q&A. Ideally, if I do this right, what you won't hear much of, however, is me. My role as moderator is to prime our discussion with questions along the way and to get out of our panelists' way. With that in mind, let me introduce our panelists and get to the conversation. Now, some of you have heard this earlier, and some of you haven't, so I'm in the unenviable position of having to say slightly new things while not changing who they are, right? Yes. So I will be talking about them in alphabetical order by last name. Gardner Campbell, raise your hand, Gardner, is Vice President for Learning Innovation and Student Success at VCU. He has also worked at Virginia Tech, at Baylor, and here at Mary Washington. He served on a number of boards related to technology and higher education, including the Electronic Campus of Virginia, the New Media Consortium, and the EDUCAUSE Learning Initiative. Among his other academic areas of interest, he's also a scholar of Milton. Alums from UMW still talk about the all-night readings of Milton's work that he organized when he taught here for over a decade. And in fact, I brought a copy of Paradise Lost on my Kindle to read aloud if things get slow up here. So, Kin Lane, and I would love to try to figure out a different way, but I'm not sure I understand APIs well enough to summarize what Kin does in short, but Kin works with application programming interfaces, which are these things that talk between systems, right? He talks about the importance of data portability, interoperability, security, and privacy across the web and mobile application platforms. And he does this by his blog, apievangelist.com, and he's evangelizing APIs in Washington, D.C. as a Presidential Innovation Fellow. I'll make the joke again about the government needs to get back to work, right, in order for you to do that. Alan Levine is widely known for his expertise in the application of new technologies to education. Alan has been a leading part in teaching the open digital storytelling class, DS-106, that began here at UMW but has expanded well beyond that. He has recently worked as an instructional technology specialist here, but he's also served in leadership positions at the New Media Consortium and the Maricopa Community Colleges. We're glad to have Alan back on the UMW campus again. Audrey Waters is a writer who's worked in the education field for the past 15 years in a variety of roles. I'll simply say that she's my favorite edtech journalist, and her work has appeared in a variety of well-known publications, in addition to her own brilliant blog, Hack Education. And I will once again plug her book called Teaching Machines, due out next year, that's going to explore the push to automate education. Finally, we have David Wiley at the end, right? Very enthusiastically waving. Dr. Wiley is co-founder of Lumen Learning, an organization dedicated to supporting and improving the adoption of open educational resources by middle schools, high schools, community colleges, and universities. He is the Associate Professor of Instructional Psychology and Technology at BYU, although he's currently on leave, with a Shuttleworth Fellowship, and is also an Education Fellow at Creative Commons. He's received numerous recognitions for his work. In the academic side, he's also started numerous entities as a social entrepreneur, including Degreed and the Open High School of Utah. In 2009, Fast Company named Dr. Wiley the 78th most creative person in business. See, that's how I'm adding to it. That's new. So, out of 100, that's pretty good. So, and then there were all of us who didn't make the list. So, that's right. Next year, you'll get them. He declined to enlighten us with his musical talents, but I will highlight that he has played Curly McLean in Oklahoma and J. Pierpont Finch in How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying. Maybe after the open bar, he might be willing to entertain some songs along those lines. It doesn't look like it. All right.
The open bar has no effect on the guy from BYU.
Right. All right. So that's our panel. Engaged, excited, august, distinguished, combative. You pick your words. We're going to move right on to questions. I did give them the questions in advance. They didn't write anything back, so I assume that it's all fine, and I can ask them all 455 of them. It was pretty close to that, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, turn it on. Is it on?
It's like the flipped classroom.
Yeah.
You assign the lectures and then no one actually does.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work if they don't do the homework, do they? Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see how they did. So I want to start off by asking each of you to talk about what you see as the most exciting developments in higher education over the last 5 years, right? And I want you to also look forward what will be the most exciting developments in higher education in the next 5 years. Who wants to start? The two people who have microphones, David or Audrey? Ladies first.
Okay. Partially because I left University of Mary Washington off my list of top 10 surviving colleges. I will say this, but in all honesty, and I've written about it before, so it's on the internet, it must be true. I think that the domain of one's own efforts here are probably one of the most important and most innovative things I see in ed tech right now. For those who don't know, this is making sure that students and staff have their own web domain, helping them build the skills so that they understand what it means to be able to run your own domain, and then making sure as well when they leave the university that all of their content that they've created at the university website can go with them. I think that ability to help students understand what it means to create a digital profile online as a scholar perhaps, but as someone who's moving into the professional world, to help them understand the technical, the digital skills necessary to do so, and then to make sure that can move with them into their career after school is incredibly important. And I think it's often overlooked in the sort of move to buy fancier, slicker iPad-like apps and tools and hardwares and gadgets. But I think giving everyone their own domain is truly is the most innovative and important thing I've seen.
That answer is correct. David?
So among the most important things that have happened in the last 5 years, the thing that comes to mind right now, and I would assume that many of you know this, but recently the Department of Education changed its requirements around how federal financial aid can be spent so that programs that are experimenting with competency-based models are eligible for federal financial aid. The competency-based movement in and of itself is really interesting and I think deserves more experimentation, more interesting things should be happening there. But the idea that now there's a crack in that dam of what, at one time was either you do it in a very traditional way or you can't bring any support at all. Now there's a second way. If there can be a second way, there can be a third way. That seems to me like it's the beginning of more it's opening up a space for more people to play and experiment in, which was not open, previously. And feel how you want to feel about the role of federal financial aid. Unlocking that will allow more experimentation in that space to happen. And once you do it for one, it's easier to do it for the third and easier for the fourth. So I think that bodes very positively for us.
Others? All right. I think the most important thing that's happened in the last 5 years, aside from a domain of one's own, and the loosening up of restrictions on federal funding for experimenters, has got to be, wait for it, what is represented by Google Glass. Yeah, I thought I'd get you to narrow your eyes on that one. We are looking at a very interesting moment in which the virtual and the real will be able to be blended in ways that, for example, will not mimic my behavior when I'm reading something off my phone and walking into things. But instead, we're beginning to get to that moment in which the world will truly become a writable surface, and that can be shared, it can be persistent. Now, we all know Google Glass is run by an evil company and so forth. Nevertheless, what that represents in terms of being able to explore that interface between essentially the world of mentation and the world of the material is very exciting to me. It's an extension, I think, of our, potentially, of our respect and elation over both worlds. I say potentially because this is where the role of education becomes crucial. None of these technologies conduce to good necessarily, but if used in interesting ways, what they can do to unlock aspects of human potential is pretty remarkable. I'll just say a shout out to a former colleague at Virginia Tech, Ralph Hall, who became aware of Google Glass because of a video I intemperately showed in a faculty development seminar. He got interested, he entered the Glass Explorers contest and talked about the way in which he would be able to do a first-person account of how a scholar prepares a course and then bring that first-person account into an ongoing first-person account, which he called scholarly cognitive life logging, essentially a way in which learning in the first person could be brought into the classroom as well. He's got a whole set of students lighting up, if you can believe it, Google+, where otherwise there is much darkness. And what he's doing with his own, really a kind of autoethnography of his life as a thinker is stunning. Many limitations, we all know what the dangers are, and yet where he's exploring right now is truly remarkable. And if you want to see it, it's all up on YouTube. So I think that's a very interesting development aside from the other two.
Besides all the other ones, which I won't bother reciting since you do have them fully recognized. And I was trying to frame the question because you said initially within higher education, and so
right.
I was really stumped because and I was like, why can't I think of anything? And I know it's not true. I know there are things out there that people are doing, and maybe that's it, that there is so much out there now compared to 5 years ago going on in higher education that, there were times when you could kind of keep things within a list in your head. But I guess what I think of is the quiet pervasiveness of technology in our lives, which has just slowly kind of creeped up. And it's changed the way we watch TV. It's changed the way we do a lot of business. And it was changing in 2008, but it seems to have continued a rather sharp inflection curve that now we're questioning things. So we're wondering about, what does it mean if we're doing this all the time? And I think that we're having some of those critical questions now is pretty important. And at the same time, as we're trying to grapple with what does it mean if there are only 10 universities, and to think that there are ways that we can go about it without hopefully feeling helpless. I remain an optimist.
Got my own, thank you.
An API for that?
From my standpoint, I would say social for the last 5 years, and just what it's done to our reality. I think not really that social is that valuable, like Facebook or Twitter or anything. Just what it's done to our reality in the classroom and education, and that you can seek answers, you can collaborate with people, you can talk to friends about homework, formerly known as cheating, and social has had a huge impact, and I think that's going to feed into the next 5 years, 5 or 10 years, is we're going to realize that what this has done in the classroom has uncovered the things that, in 10, 15 years, you're going to be hired for, because you know how to collaborate, you know how to work with peers, you know how to look for stuff in real time, you know how to Google for something when you don't have the answers. You know how to hack around firewalls and do things that you learn from your buddies on your social network, whether it's Facebook, GitHub, whatever. So I think what social is going to do to the classroom, I think it's rather painful right now, but I think down the road, it's going to liberate us.
Okay, great. So who then who do you see as the major players? People, institutions, businesses, foundations in the digitally enabled higher education landscape? Gardner?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, no, I was going to answer the question.
You're on.
Students.
Okay.
Beyond a shadow of a doubt, they've pulled us kicking and screaming into 2013. Not that they're always right, not that there's no value to expertise, not that we're just here to please the customer, blah, 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 blah. They're the ones who don't know better. They're the ones who don't know you can't. And they're going to be the ones who are going to be the major players going forward. Not because they're consumers, but because they are imaginative and they remain hopeful. That's my take.
No, I wanted to echo that, and I think that that's a really important sentiment that too often gets left out of the discussions of education technology. We talk about the ways in which new technologies are going to change the way we teach, to change the way we deliver content, and very rarely do. Look around the room. I think that this is a room filled with teachers and administrators and technologists, and although sure we can say we're all lifelong learners, and by golly, I hope we are. But I don't think we have students here. And I think that we don't do a good job recognizing students, again, not just as the people sort of shelling out money for tuition, but also as sort of active agents and who should have a say in what this future of education looks like.
Okay. Anybody else? No? No? Okay. What is the role of state and federal government in conversations about the transformation of higher education? And what role does the defunding of higher education, especially at the state level, what kind of effect does that have on what you see as the future for higher education?
These are really fun questions.
I took my cue from Audrey.
Thanks, Audrey. I guess I will not even presume to be able to fully understand the government situation, but in some ways, it has to mirror what popular thinking is. And so I wonder about the message that's getting out. I mean, we all intrinsically know the value of our education, and I just kind of wonder, outside our circles, like how much the public really values that as the public good that we're talking about. So, I think about walking around in my small community and looking at everyday people. They're worried about the day-to-day living and the job situation. And is it still accepted that this is the gateway to a better way of living? So I guess I just always felt like I grew up in this time of optimism where we could do things, and going to school was that natural leverage point. And we were talking about this yesterday. Like, I don't know if students these days or people coming into young adulthood kind of have a feeling like the world is going to be better in 10 years from now. Like, there's kind of a state of confusion about that. So that's not even getting to the point of what the state government's role is, but it sure feels like it's not growing bigger. And that leaves the question about what happens to us when that doesn't grow bigger.
This was one of the things that I sort of wanted to sort of allude to in my talk earlier, is that I think that we're telling these stories about the future of higher education as though they're inevitable. That we've decided that the story is in 50 years there will only be 10 universities. Why? Why can't we ask questions and stop that train? We sort of decided that there's an inevitability that the state funding is gone and it ain't ever coming back. Why? Like, why have we decided that that's the story? I think that we should ask, I think that we do have to demand, if education is indeed something that's really about the public good, if it's about improving the economy, if it's about improving the citizens, then I do think that we need to demand that the governments, that we find ways to fund it. The state of California, where we have been living before we moved to Washington, D.C. to be furloughed, just passed a law that would dictated that community colleges, which I am a huge supporter as someone who dropped out of college and had a baby very young and managed to piece together a degree through community colleges. I think community colleges are such an important institution for so many people. And the state of California just passed a law decreeing a two-tier pay system, that the classes that are high demand classes, that the community colleges can charge more money for them. Well, of course, we know a reason that the class is a high demand class is because you've actually required it for graduation. So the community college, which was this piece in the American public education system that really was the open access to education, that allowed anybody to come in and take classes and hopefully move up that story that we tell, that if you get an education, that your lot in life will be improved. The fact that we've now decided in the state of California to sort of even add a two-tier system on that, I think, is horrific. And I think that we have to sort of be really loud, I think, in our opposition to these sorts of measures. And I think we have to demand more from the public. I think we have to figure out ways to do so.
Can I say something positive?
Sure.
Yeah.
I guess.
So, you know, several years ago in Washington, and then just this year also, this past year in California, and last year in British Columbia, we saw a government do something which at least I thought was really smart, which was saying, let's take a look at what's happening with all this money that we're giving to students. So we tax the public, we pull together a big pot of their money, and we make grants and loans to students who take, and at the community college level, turn around and above tuition maybe spend another 50% over again on textbooks. And so, in effect, we've turned students into a valve by which we flow through public money to Pearson and McGraw. And we just do that year after we collect taxes, we give grants and loans, they hand it to Pearson and McGraw, and it just flows. And so a couple years ago in Washington, the State Board of Community and Technical Colleges got together and identified the 80 highest enrolling courses across the 34 schools in the system and said, for these 80 high enrolling courses, let's take a little bit of money and fund faculty to sit down and pull together enough high quality open educational resources that we can replace that textbook with material that's freely available. The legislature kicked in some money, Gates kicked in some money. In the first year of development, they spent $1.2 million on faculty, doing professional development with them, helping them understand about open educational resources, pull those together. It's estimated in the first year they saved students $1.4 million. In the first year. So now there's a new bill in California where they're going to do this for the 50 highest enrolling courses. In British Columbia, they're going to do it for the 40 highest enrolling. And of course, the overlap between their 50 and your 40 is 38 or 39, right? So the government is making some smart decisions about being a better steward of public funds, pulling people to actually professionalizing faculty, pulling them together to create and aggregate and design and kind of be in control, and leverage openness and leverage public funds in a way that gives me as a faculty member more control, because now I can revise, remix, redistribute the core materials I teach from My students can do that as well. Oh, and by the way, it's free to them now. And it costs them, even though the taxpayers are paying directly for it, it costs them less than it used to cost them to just give grants to kids who turn around and buy $200 textbooks from Pearson every term. So there's role for government to make positive policy plays, and they actually have, in a couple limited cases recently, made some.
So I think the big question with this, what is government's role? I think we as in education, as we're realizing everything's really shaky right now, what's going to happen with technology? What's going to happen to our institutions? Government's facing the same questions right now. Technology's rocking their world, have a lot of the same budgetary issues. So I think the time is ripe to ask this question. And we need to, take control and go, well, what is government's role? I don't have the perfect answer to it. I think it needs to be done in an agile way. I think we need to have constant conversations. I think the pace of asking these questions and answers are going to come much more rapidly now. And so we're going to have to, it's not going to be on quarterly or annual or 2- and 4-year cycles. I think it's going to be on a weekly and monthly cycle now, and things are going to be much more volatile. So we're going to have to get used to it and help government understand it and be a little more loud in how we help them make the decision of what their role in education is. One point, I guess, is I have a 13-year-old daughter. She's at a certain age right now. She lives in Eugene, Oregon, and I would love for government to play more of a role in being the booster for the other departments to get her attention so that she just doesn't focus on the sports when she goes to the U of O. I don't know if she's going to the U of O. I guess I jumped the gun on that one, but I should ask her. But I would love there to be boosters for all the other departments other than just the sports program. So.
Okay. Well, this is, did you want to say something? Then say something.
Okay, sure. Wombat. That's what David said. So I think there's also a role higher ed can play in this, to be proactive about the ways in which we reach out to folks in our communities. The government is us, so we can storm the state legislature. I live real nearby that now, so I can take the tram downtown and storm the state capitol, or those of you in DC, you can, and that's fine. We need to do that, but I think there's also an important way in which higher ed can reach out to the citizenry. My favorite title of all time, which I have not yet had, although I'll keep moving around Virginia until somebody gives me this job, is John Naughton's title. He is a journalist for The Guardian and someone who for many years taught at the Open University in the UK, and his title was Professor of the Public Understanding of Technology. I would like every department to have a professor of the public understanding of your discipline here. And I'd like that to be not an honorary position and not one that gets looked down on by the snarky scholars who don't sully their lives with the public understanding of anything. It should be the most prestigious post in the department. It should be one that's recruited most heavily, because that will, it seems to me, enliven the discourse, energize people with the love of learning, and believe it or not, even the most hardened cynic has got something that she or he is interested in. And if you can find that light in their eyes, they're toast. We're educators. We can work with that.
Well, I'm hesitant to go down again, but I'm gonna. So business and technology leaders have been telling those of us in higher education that we have our heads in the sand, that MOOCs in particular are going to wash over us and we're going to be out of business. So do public institutions of higher education have their collective heads in the sand when it comes to MOOCs, online learning, and the electronic delivery revolution? If so, what are we missing and why? It's because your head's in the sand. Was that a serious question? Okay.
I've had my head in the clouds, so I'm not I've had my head in the clouds pretty exclusively since 2005, 2006. I'm not in academia. I'm recently in government, which a whole nother layer of sand. But so it's pretty lonely in the cloud sometimes. You know, it's a virtual world. It's a virtual real estate where, you know, yeah, I can make anything happen. I can plant ideas and make things grow and get really rich. But it's very, very lonely. And you don't have a lot of friends sometimes, you know, hacking and coding by yourselves and doing this. So I just, you know, don't listen to it all. I mean, you know, you may have your head in the sand somewhat, but, you know, institutionally, I think that's pretty grounding, maybe, you know, in some lights. So don't listen to everything that we're saying in Silicon Valley. Sure, there's a lot, you know, there's some things that are good coming out of there, but for the most part, it's hype. It's not rooted in anything. It has no sense of history. It's just based upon, you know, our selfish motivation, what we're looking for, you know, right now. So don't listen to it all.
So I want to propose that that's a false or.
Okay.
Okay, so do we have our heads in the sand with regard to MOOCs or not? Or are they the future or not? Right, to Audrey's comment about taking control of the narrative. So a little earlier today, I talked about this idea of the daily divide, the gap between normal life and what happens inside of school. There's not only one bridge across that gap, and it has the word MOOC written on it, right? There are multiple ways to get across that gap. The issue, it seems to me, is, well, everybody knows the joke about how many college administrators does it take to change a light bulb, right? How many college administrators does it take to change a light bulb? Change? Right, yeah, very good. Who had it? Somebody had it over here. All right.
Grad student.
You know, when we're slow to change at all, and this is the Reformation metaphor I was using earlier today. When you're slow to change at all, then somebody else will change for you. And if you don't like the way that they change for you, you know, don't critique the critiquers of the critiques of something. Instead of complaining about them, how about doing something yourself, right? Instead of waiting for them, you know, instead of us excommunicating them and letting them go start their Udacities and whatever and pointing the finger of scorn and laughing at them from inside the tower, you know, if there's another way forward, why don't we actually show what it is? But just sitting back and saying, well, that's stupid, that'll never work, is not a legitimate way to respond. A legitimate way to respond would be to say, well, there's people doing MOOCs, and we should have constant experimentation, so good for them. We'll see how that works. We think there's actually a better path forward, and here's what we think it is in Virginia. Here's a thoughtful way to address where society has gone and where we could go to follow them there as institutions, which is different from MOOCs and different from online learning the way we started doing it 15 years ago and different from campus. It's something legitimately new. We're supposedly the places where new knowledge is created, right? So I think it's a false or. Okay. I think there's another path forward for us.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was just in a meeting at lunch today. A couple of my colleagues were in that meeting, full of administrators. No one had their head in the sand. It was actually kind of breathtaking when we were talking about online learning and someone said, do you mean distance? And then everyone around the room, at least it felt this way to me, suddenly caught themselves realizing, granted it's 2013, we've been talking about this for a long time, that maybe online and distance aren't synonymous. I mean, this is kind of a major advance. People are a little nervous. People understand that there are things they don't understand. But I think the place where I see folks still with their head in the sand is asserting the unexamined assumption that what we have done face-to-face residentially isn't broken. That somehow that's the gold standard. And you'll hear people talking about the value of face-to-face learning. And they're not talking about Socratic dialogue in a seminar room. They're talking about 500-seat lecture halls full of folks. But we'll do lecture capture. And so, you know, there's a way in which I have to agree with the very provocative title of a Clay Shirky blog post. Your massive open offline college is broken. And the extent to which there are assumptions there that we simply haven't yet questioned or haven't yet been brought to question is the extent to which I think we still have our head in the sand. That may be changing a little bit. Will it be changing in time? That's the thing that keeps me up at night now.
I think that this is actually one of the things that I find so fascinating about some of these recent discussions, particularly in the popular press, about education technology. For one thing, the fact that education technology is the subject of numerous New York Times op-ed pieces is fascinating. For those of us who've been at this for a while, we're like, holy crap, Thomas Friedman is writing about, and then we're like, oh, stop, please actually don't write anymore about ed tech. But we're actually having a discussion not just about the technology piece of it, although Thomas Friedman is mostly having a discussion about the technology piece. But we're having discussion about what good teaching and learning looks like. So even somebody like Saul Khan and Khan Academy, who's become sort of this hero for what can happen with making homemade, low-budget, short YouTube, free, openly licensed content, putting it up on the internet, now you have math teachers say, well, he's doing it wrong. And we're actually having interesting discussions of what good math pedagogy looks like. We're having interesting discussions of what good math pedagogy, like, how awesome is that? I mean, and it is really, I mean, it is on one hand unfortunate that we have to sort of deal with that and keep Thomas Friedman out of the conversation. But we really are having in the popular press, in common, sort of in common parlance, people are using the word pedagogy. Like, that's something that only you use in like one graduate seminar ever, and then you sort of forget about it. And I think that that's a really important moment, but I think that if we don't seize that moment and sort of make sure that we're recognizing that it isn't just a matter of the technology piece, not just the online piece, but if we don't think about what good teaching and learning looks like all the time, then we really have lost quite an important moment to take advantage of, I think.
And I mean, head in the sand is like you're not listening, and I haven't come across too many people who are not paying attention, and that's exactly what you're echoing. I mean, it's raised the conversation, and it is this disruption in the positive way about rethinking what is possible. And it's so new, there is time for it to play out. So there will be, I can't say the word because I took it out, there will be M's that, thank you, that people will succeed in, and they could do very well. And it's the same somewhat spectrum of experience that people currently have in our institutions now. And I think it's time to let that play out. At the same time, I've seen an incredible up-ramp in innovation in the way higher ed is thinking. Maybe it's a reaction to it, maybe it's a continuation of arc that we've been going all along, but it's so complex and way too early to be calling something over or done or broken.
Okay, so let's delve a little bit more into some of the complexities, because it's not just about MOOCs, but these large-scale MOOC companies or partnerships like Coursera and edX, Udacity, they've gotten most of the press in the last few years. That's where most of the attention's been. But as you point out, there are many other forms of digitally enabled learning, and it can take a lot of different forms, whether it's the University of Phoenix or American Public University, or whether it's competency-based learning that David mentioned in Western Governors University and others. There are blended hybrid courses which can include an in-person component. What of those forms of online learning do you all see as most likely to be most influential in the coming years? Or, and I'll give you this out, is it going to be some mix of those things? Yeah.
Yes.
All right, next question. So are there...
I'm learning from Mr.
That's fine.
Wiley.
All right, so no, we'll move on, because I got 500 questions and not much time. So what opportunities do you see for traditional institutions of higher education to learn from and build on these new ideas and methods of working with teaching and learning?
One of the things I see interesting in these spaces where students or participants figure out the way to collaborate that wasn't predicted or built in. So the idea about people physically getting together to work in online courses together is something that is being initiated. It's enabled by the platforms and the tools that are out there. And so not everything needs to be built in and designed, because people will naturally collaborate. So they have the affordances to get together and have video chats and hangouts but I just love the idea that people actually get together, and the way you run your seminars is just so important, and it's not about one technology completely replacing the way in which we have discourse. We can still have great coffee conversations.
Anybody else? And I think it creates an opportunity for a legitimate scholarship of teaching and learning to emerge. Right? When there are actual alternatives in how you might approach teaching, you can teach in different ways and see if one of them works better than another. And you can have conversations about what better means. And you can try it across disciplines. And you can try it across campuses and across grade levels. I think one of the, well, I think it's a tragedy that the scholarship of teaching and learning is typically completely unvalued. Not just undervalued, but unvalued. Physicists should publish papers on physics. They shouldn't publish papers about how you teach really effectively intro physics to undergrads. That's something else, right? That's not legitimate scholarship. The Large Hadron Collider stuff is real scholarship in physics. But when there are legitimate alternatives, then you can ask questions about, well, blended versus face-to-face versus online, and what does that even mean, right? Blended could be 20 different things. Face-to-face could be 100 different things. Right. So what are those things? And how do they actually compare to one another? And what does it mean for one to be better than another? There's a whole range of conversation we can have now, and a scholarship of teaching and learning that could emerge and become very legitimate and help us actually make some forward progress, which we haven't made in the past because, A, there haven't been a lot of alternatives in terms of how things got done. We don't have any kind of agreement about what better means except Gates Foundation telling us completion with a C or better, which doesn't account for grade inflation or any of the other shenanigans that go on in classrooms. So I think this idea of the possibility of real scholarship of teaching and learning is really exciting.
I think it's a reflection of sort of an interesting illness within higher education, that we do have these disciplinary silos still, after talking about cross-disciplinary and interdisciplinary work for some time now, that the folks in this computer science department at Stanford would think that they invented the flipped classroom, right? So this thing that those of us in the humanities have been doing, forever, which is assigning students a novel to read, and then we come into the classroom and have a discussion about it, is something that the CS folks think is amazingly wonderful new stuff. And so I think that we have really failed to sort of have, again, this sort of meta-level conversation about teaching, learning because of our sort of disciplinary silos in which we've long existed in higher ed. So I think that it is important for us to sort of crack down, and hopefully some of these discussions will start to sort of crack down some of those barriers.
So the radical thing I usually like to say when I've run out of other radical things to say is that Wikipedia is the most effective online learning community ever invented. We can argue about that, not right now, but okay. All right. Aside from DS-106, Wikipedia is certainly, but here's the point. Wikipedia came out of nowhere and took us all by surprise. So I think one of the things that we might think about when we think about what the next convergence will be in terms of the way learning communities form themselves and move forward is to be ready for a surprise. Wikipedia will never work in theory. It will only work in practice. That's the joke about Wikipedia. But there are many other ways in which this crazy blend of the synchronous and the asynchronous, high bandwidth, low bandwidth, text, image, all of it coming together. I guess I am talking about DS-106. Okay, that was for you, Jim. Yep. All right, that's the extra $25 tip. Thank you. But we should understand what it is that doesn't change so that we don't look to change in ways that are simply repetitions of what we already know. There will always be value in expertise. There will always be value in sharing that expertise. There will always be people who want to become more expert at whatever they're interested in. And if we can figure out ways to do that, or if we watch what people are naturally doing and find ways to make that stronger and more effective, that's where the next big thing will happen. Chuck Jubin likes to say there were no acoustic guitars before there were electric guitars, which, when you think about it, sort of blows your mind a little bit. I'm done.
Can't follow that.
Yeah.
Drop the mic.
Okay. So, in this world, I mean, is the traditional four-year student a thing of the past? Is that likely to be no longer the way that most students will get an education of some kind? Jeff Salingo in the Chronicle of Higher Education has a recent piece on lifelong nonlinear learners, and that this is the future. And the Wall Street Journal just published a piece within the last week that had much the same sort of argument about it. I mean, I guess my question here, if you don't want to answer as the traditional four-year student thing of the past, I mean, how realistic is it today for a potential college student to sort of create their own education, to create their own program? And does an education have to be coherently constructed or integrated?
So I'm going to talk about this in a couple of days, so I'm going to try it out on you all. And if it doesn't work, I'll do it with another audience. So here's what I think happens in a four-year college education. More than anything else, you're in community with other learners, learning about cognitive complexity. Stay with me just for a second here. You're going to take this course, you're going to take that course. What do you get in that four-year span that you wouldn't get just by taking this course and that course? And it may be that some people are fine with that, that's great. But there is something about being in a concentrated experience of the reach, the extent, the scale of human cognitive possibility. I think that's your 10,000 hours, Malcolm Gladwell. I think that's the moment when you, you start to go, wow, this is your brain on brain, and you're not going to get that same experience as many people have found when they try to piece their education together over a long period of time, and it's a lonely struggle. Those who have done it, I salute you, because it's really hard, and the folks I've talked to say that what they regret missing is that rich experience that some college students have of spending time thinking about the possibilities of human capability together as a community of learners. I don't think there's a way to substitute that by spreading it out over 20-some years. But once you have that experience, you can still explore it afterwards. So that's what I'm working on now. That's the 10,000-hour idea.
Others?
I guess I feel as though in some ways we have a nostalgia for a moment of higher education that never actually existed. And part of it is this notion that we have this institution, this medieval institution that's never changed, which to me sort of flies in the face of what we know about how radically different higher education in this country alone changed in the last century. The creation, the GI Bill is a great example of that. So who is this traditional four-year student? Was he, we'll make it a he, did he ever exist, and does that student exist today? And I'm not sure, for a variety of reasons. I think that many students don't go to college right after high school. So I think this notion that college students are 18 to 20, or undergraduates are 18 to 22, I'm not sure that that's really accurate. That students don't have part-time, or many of which balancing full-time employment while working on their degree. This notion that unfortunately, that you can carve off this wonderful four-year time to be able to have a life of the mind. I'm not sure that that's a reality for many, many students. Many have families. Many have jobs. So I think that we have to let go of, in some ways, what this sort of idyllic notion, and make sure that we're supporting the non-traditional student, who's actually, every student now is sort of what we used to sort of shrug and say, well, that you're a non-traditional student. I think more and more of us will be and are.
Well, does that mean we're done?
Yeah. But I think that was the default ring, so it just proves you wrong, David. So.
No. No, I was just going to say that as long as federal financial aid dollars are tied to accreditation, and accreditation expects a program to be 4 years long, you'll never see the death of the 4-year program. Right? You might see for-profit startups who charge enough money that they don't need federal financial aid go off in other directions. But the bulk of our institutions, our hands are tied to a large degree, just the way that accreditation is attached to funding in what we can do. Now, I made a joke earlier about college administrators. It's the same or worse for college faculty, and I is one, right? We don't want to change at all either. Maybe what we need is a reverse psychology that says to faculty members, accreditors say you're not allowed to do things differently. Maybe if we just said that, then they'd get up and start doing something, because you can't tell faculty what to do, right?
Well, I was just going to build on what you were talking around the myths of the 4-year student. Just wait till some of the myths are broken coming out of Silicon Valley. I mean, you can't talk about the hell that it is being VC funded and being in a startup, because you'll never get funding again. So nobody talks about what a hellish experience it is to spend 4 years in a startup and have it fail and be beholden to these older people who gave you $5 million. What that does to your health, and you're only 28, by the time that happens. So wait till a lot of those stories come out, because they can't talk about them right now, because you'll be blacklisted. So that's the beauty of this world is you can talk about the problems and illnesses. You can work through some of these myths and evolve them into the next generation and on the internet. Silicon Valley is pretty broken in a lot of ways. So just wait for, just work through it. It'll be all right.
Sounds like something in a museum case, this mythical 4-year student or jumping the 4-year student. I just wonder, are there other possible ways that we can get that rich experience? And maybe the answer is no, that's not in that solid chunk of time, because it seems like very few people are really going to have that opportunity to be able to focus that much with everything that people are charged with doing just to get by on a day-to-day. But do we give up on the ability for people to have those rich, in-depth experiences? And what I worry about is, how do people figure out what they want to learn that they don't know that they want to learn? Because that's what the experience meant to me, and that's what it gave to me. And I feel it was, I was close to that student. It took me 5 years, but I had that freedom where I didn't have to work, and that feels like a real luxury, and I'm really sad about that, and I'm thankful for it. And yeah, maybe it is a myth.
So we've talked about faculty a couple of times. The faculty have come up. Where do you see faculty fitting in this world going forward? And really in two ways. So first of all, in terms of teaching. So Bill Gates recently suggested that classroom-based faculty, we're going to have a hard time competing with MOOC faculty rock stars who had high production value lectures. Others have suggested that faculty might just assign MOOC lectures and materials as work to be done outside of class, with class time reserved for follow-up individual or small group instruction. So in that, is that narrative just completely wrong, or are there aspects of that you see disrupting the faculty teaching experience? That's the first part. And the other part gets at what Audrey alluded to in having to narrow down to the 10 schools, and that is, where does research and scholarship that faculty conduct at universities and colleges fit into this conversation about a revamped higher education? You can choose to pick one or the other to follow up on. No place for faculty. All right.
Well, I often find myself in a very difficult and challenging position as somebody who left academia, dropped out of a PhD program, feeling as though what I needed to be a healthy human being was never going to be taken care of by faculty, by the people who were supposed to be my peers and my mentors. At the same time, I spend a lot of time defending an institution that I love dearly, from the sharks swimming around Silicon Valley. But so real ed talk here. 75% of people who teach college classes are adjuncts. It sort of blows my mind that no one noticed the labor relationships in higher education until MOOCs came along. And so I feel as though there's a lot of very difficult conversations that faculty have been incredibly complicit in, that have created a situation where the dream that I once had as a graduate student of becoming a tenure track professor are gone. And so I think that it's very challenging to sort of move forward with discussions and think about what will faculty labor look like, because 75%, we've already sort of taken away tenure or the tenure track positions for 75% of instructors already. So it's not actually, there's not that much more sort of walls for people to climb to sort of have completely stormed the barricade. And so, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I'm a faculty member. I had a rough ride at times in graduate school, and I stuck it out for reasons that had to do with a spousal ultimatum.
Many of us are familiar with those.
and the ultimatum went like this: Gardner, you can be a radio DJ or you can be a professor. Either is fine, just choose. And I will also share with you that when I was on the cusp of not doing a dissertation, my mother passed away, and I thought, the suckers can't do anything worse to me than this, so I'll just write the dissertation anyway. But I was not in residence anymore because I couldn't stand to be in that atmosphere anymore. And yet, you know, my 4 years as an undergraduate were completely transformational. My first year in grad school, I thought, why is everybody complaining about grad school? This is wonderful. Then it got to the second year, and I started to go, oh, okay. And maybe this keys on something Audrey said. You know, this higher education thing at its best is pretty remarkable. What it's done in terms of focusing civilization's mind in interesting and productive ways is pretty remarkable. And that's happened, I won't say exclusively, but it wouldn't have happened in the same way without really terrific faculty. Faculty have not done well with their privileges. I don't think they have. The adjunct situation is a shame to us, and we have been complicit in that, and that'll really get faculty riled up. It's a little easier sell here at Mary Wash, where the typical teaching load when I was here anyway was 4 and 4. So, and I wrote and got a few things published by hook or by crook. You know, it's, even with all the deformations, even with all of the, you know, terrible, destructive things that faculty have done in the name of being faculty, there's still something about that that is extraordinary. And, you know, I guess the problem I have is that I've seen what it can be at its best, and I don't see any reason to give up on that yet. And I guess that's the story I will be sticking with. We'll see. You know, we'll see.
I also have never understood the fascination with the flipped classroom. I mean, it used to be I assigned students to read the book before they came and they didn't. Now I assign them to watch videos before they come and they don't. I mean, what is it that's magical about video compared to the book that makes this flipped classroom thing this great revolution? I don't get it. But I think that in ways that are maybe deeper than we care to admit, faculty are just like students. in that once you set out the rules of the game for the students, it's what do I have to do to get an A, what's the this, what's the that, and for a faculty member, it's, is it two pubs a year plus this, what is my path to tenure, and that's what I'm going to do, period. You know, just enough to get there, the same way that students do, because, you know, it's actually students who become faculty. It's the same people, it turns out. And one of the things that's really interesting about BYU, which is very explicit about the fact that it's a teaching institution, not, you know, we're not an R1, we're not a research institution. And it took me several years at BYU before I figured this out. The coin of the realm, which at my previous institution, the coin of the realm was coins. If you brought in enough grant money, done. You could do you could get away with anything, you could do anything. At BYU, the coin of the realm is joint peer-reviewed publications with undergraduate co-authors. That is the coin of the realm. And when tenure and promotion is set up around things that we actually, behaviors we want faculty to engage in, then faculty will engage in those behaviors, right? Because they're going to do what they're incentivized to do, just like a normal person would. So, you know, the question about what's the role of scholarship and research in all of this is, if you want it to be more tightly coupled to teaching, reward people for doing it. Because when you reward them for doing it, then they'll do it. And when you say, that would really be awesome if you did that, and we're actually going to reward you for these other things, people will just ignore it. It's just the nature of the beast.
Okay. So let's look forward. All right? Solution time. All right? So where to go from here? Where do institutions of higher education go from here? And you know, what are the? I'm not asking for the complete solution because we wouldn't want to let anyone know that. We want to keep that here. So what are the opportunities? What are the sort of points of investment that institutions of higher education can be making that you see right now that would address some of these concerns, that would address many of the concerns that we've talked about, address the issues of narrative that we've talked about here?
And I think one of the things we've touched I think all of us in many ways have touched upon this today in our comments earlier and here as well, is that I think that there has to be, universities and faculty in particular have to do a better job of translating their research to the public, of translating the value of the university or their discipline or their research to the public. And if we want to sort of change the narrative again, to have education be about a public good in the service of all of us and not in the service of the sort of individual financial transaction, then I do think that we have to sort of make a pitch publicly, and not simply in the Chronicle of Higher Education, but really make a pitch in more widely read in the popular press as to why what we do matters. And why what we do matters doesn't have to be sort of curing cancer or engineering, self-driving cars or breakthroughs, scientific breakthroughs. I mean, you know, why does your work matter? I mean, I know you're on the popular press. I saw you on C-SPAN, so you've got it covered. But I do think that that's something that we've really been lacking, is sort of, you know, translating the research, the knowledge that we're creating, and making it accessible to everyone.
I think it's time for a reform in graduate education. There are a lot of good programs coming up on preparing future faculty. They tend to be on acculturating them to the demands of research and teaching and service and so forth. But I think there are some promising moments in which graduate education seems to me maybe getting a little bit interested in carrying forward some of the possibilities that we see. I mourn the loss of tremendously engaged, active minds from the professoriate because graduate education is so punishing. And every discipline has its own version of it. Soul-sucking stuff. If there's a way to interrupt that cycle, I almost said a cycle of abuse. I think it would be worth exploring. And I think that some really successful tenured faculty who have got some capital to burn that way might lead by example. It would be really interesting to find graduate education becoming something that was more deeply engaging and less punishing.
So over the last couple of years, I know there are different names for it, but I've really become infatuated with this idea of the disposable assignment. The assignment that I don't care about and that you don't care about, and you know that I don't care about it, and I know that you don't care about it. And you're going to complain to your friends when you have to write it. I'm going to complain to my friends when I have to read it. I'm going to give it back to you. You're not even going to look at it. You're just going to wad it up and throw it away. And everybody involved in that process hates it. Everybody realizes that it's pointless. And it's just, I want to be done with it as soon as I can, and you want to throw it away as soon as I give it back to you. How we get beyond those disposable assignments to getting to a place where students spend their time doing something that they feel is productive and adds value to the world. And I feel like my engagement with them and supporting them doing that is productive and adds value to the world. As one example, I teach a graduate course on project management for instructional designers. There is no textbook for this course. But a couple of years ago, we did find a good open textbook on project management, just kind of generally, written for a business audience. And it's full of examples like you have to get 13,000 tons of concrete and 24,000 tons of rebar all to Singapore within 2 days of each other. And I mean, I guess that makes sense to somebody, but my students didn't care about it when we read it. But for the last several semesters, the only assignment for that class has been we break up into teams and we are systematically rewriting the textbook. So one pass through, a team took all the little examples pulled out in the yellow boxes, deleted them, and rewrote them. Now, to rewrite that example, you actually have to understand enough about what the chapter is saying to be able to write a useful example, right? Another team rewrote the assessments. Another team went around and found some practicing project managers and instructional design groups and did little video case studies and said, for the next 3 minutes, talk about interacting with people in projects. That's the title of chapter 7. So now every chapter has these 3 little video case studies running through it. Every student that engages in that knows their homework is actually something useful that'll be read and used by the next group of students that comes along. Now that textbook's being used by faculty at other institutions. And I have zero problem motivating students to work in that class. And they uniformly tell me they work harder in that class than they do in any other. And they do it because they know they're actually doing something useful. Right? And I think if we could be, our ability to make assignments that are useful and that we both don't hate is limited only by creativity on our side.
And a big piece of that, it's in the public. I mean, there's something.
Open goes without
Open content, right? As well, at the same time, like there is a difficulty in figuring out like how do you get people to the foundational level with the basics they need to be able to make that next step, and what do you do about getting people into that first layer of being able to have enough of the foundations in the topic or the field to be able to move that far, because we can't just throw them in there right away writing those textbooks.
Just to build off that, I mean, I would take the 2 leads from the tech sector right now. It's what government's doing is one, open platforms, open APIs, open content, open research. Just make sure that people have a platform to exist on that's open and part of the global community that's developing on the internet. And then building off what Audrey said is Silicon Valley just has the loudest bullhorn right now. They have the best storytelling vehicle out there. Academia needs that storytelling vehicle, and it needs to evolve it. You need the TechCrunch, Read Write Web, O'Reilly, whatever that formula is, but find that voice, find that really, and then teach people, take John Newdell's advice, it's like demonstrate the knowledge that's going on in real time, but be as loud as you can. And if someone can't do it themselves, assign another student to them who's really good at it, and let them hone their skills, showcasing what's going on. Make sure it's public, make sure it's loud, make sure it's accessible, and people will hear. And this is a much more fertile environment, and it'll grow.
Okay. What I'd like to do, I have one last question for them, but first I'm gonna turn it open to the audience to ask any questions you have. So I'm gonna have to take one of the mics from here. So you got it, Ryan?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm a community college guy, and this has been somewhat revelatory here tonight. From my standpoint, what I would like to see you guys do, and this is more of a comment than a question, but it could lead to some questions. We've been teaching online for like 15 or 20 years, and I thought it was interesting when someone, I can't remember who, said, oh, they're not actually distance students. Well, we figured that out back in 2000, so I'm just saying we've kind of been there, but where you guys could help us is when we talk about, and I think David spoke to it most, is dealing with a lot of the, I mean, we're teaching 15 or 20 hours a week, and some of the things that are getting out there are things that, as you point out, both faculty and students are questioning, and helping us with that is really a wonderful thing that you folks, the four-year school folks, have time to do that we really don't. And the second comment, I'm about done, just has to do with, I think, where you can best be positioned, and I think Alan and Ken, you talked about this a little bit, is all of that stuff that's happening with technology is gonna happen. It's out there. We don't have much control about that. And to me, the strength and future of the four-year schools is figuring out how you can best leverage that in the residential setting. And I can't remember if it was Alan or Garland that talked about improving, I think it was Garland, graduate education, which is in fact getting really horrid with all the online stuff that's out there. But it helped me frame some of the things that Jim is doing, and I've been familiar with that for a little while, and I've been frankly somewhat underwhelmed, and I kind of disagree with Audrey about the excitement of the web space for students, but I started thinking, you know, one of the great things about that is he's taken technology that's out there and leveraged it in not a transformational way, but just taking it and giving it to students in a four-year setting and enhancing that without changing or revolutionizing the four-year experience. So keep doing what you guys do in this four-year setting and strengthen it. Don't transform it based on, for God's sake, Google glasses or whatever the hell those things are. And by the way, people run into things anecdotally just as much with those as they do with us following our cell phones. So keep doing what you guys do, but take it and keep it here in this residential setting. I was a parent of two kids that went to our fine four-year Virginia State schools, and I value that, and for God's sake, don't lose that. I wanted to get rid of them for 4 years and make sure they were hanging out with you guys. And the last thing I'll say is, Alan, you said something about maybe transforming that so it isn't a four-year thing. I think that's the best thing we could do with all this technology is still make it residential, but maybe the 16-week semester twice a year, summers off, is silly. Let's fix that. Thank you.
Any comments? Okay. All right. Other questions?
Yes, hi. I'm Katie, and I'm actually a student at George Mason University, so there is a student here. So I was actually curious. I believe it was Audrey who said something about jobs. But I guess, what do you view as the relationship between higher education and jobs? And then my second question is also, what role do you think students play in all of this? And this is to anybody. Thank you.
On the job thing, I think Audrey and I were talking about, it just seemed like a couple years ago, there was all the talk in the media about how like it was important for people to come in with these well-rounded schools, that the liberal arts major was the ideal employee, and that seems to have vanished completely. Now it's all focused on narrowing these tracks of people to get an interest. So I don't know if that really answers that. It just seems curious that it's really changing this focus on trying to track people into their future paths. And probably most of us here did not train to be what we're doing, and probably for the rest of the room. And do we know that's the state of the game right now? How well people are they tracking from the programs that they're graduating from into where they end up being employed?
Well, I'm a real outlier here. My son just graduated from college. And he went to a college where there are no letter grades. They're all narrative grades. There are no majors. Everyone gets a Bachelor of Arts. Everyone stands up. You have a Bachelor of Arts. Sit down. That's commencement. Yep, that's it, seriously. There are no departments, no majors, et cetera. So what he did with his concentration in filmmaking and storytelling, which is what he called it, he, of course, became a tailor's assistant for an artisanal clothing manufacturer and he got that gig because the artisanal clothing manufacturer who based his designs on video game characters had that design featured on Kotaku, which is a gaming blog, and the orders blew up. So it went from 50 to like 2,000. So he called my son and said, hey, come up and cut cloth. And so my son did that and then ended up mastering computer-aided design in cutting cloth, and then moved to Somerville so he could work in IT with Zipcar. So moral of the story is this. I think what his four-year education equipped him to do was to be alert to opportunities and to be around other people who were alert to opportunities, which gets back a little bit to what I said earlier in defense of the mythical four-year education. That's not to say that specific content doesn't matter. It does matter. But it is to say that chance does favor the prepared mind, and preparation is an interesting and elusive concept, and there has to be this meta level in which you're prepared to keep yourself prepared. So for me, narrow forms of workforce preparation aren't getting at the whole picture. So I'm sorry to hear it went away. I guess I was asleep when that happened. But I still do believe that liberal learning has a tremendous amount to offer for workforce readiness.
So to answer the opposite of the question that you asked, and if we haven't had enough dystopian end of days kind of scenarios so far, did any of you see a couple of weeks ago Udacity announced something that they called the Open Ed Alliance? Has nothing to do with Open Ed. I don't know if you saw that or not. You might have said a few naughty words. But do you see what the end game of the Open Ed Alliance with Udacity is, right? So it's Udacity offering courses that were written by NVIDIA, AT&T, 23andMe, Autodesk, Google, that if you take one of those courses and you pass it, if you take the course and you knock the Autodesk course out of the park, and I'm Autodesk, I don't care what other courses you've had, you know how to do the parallel programming I need, I'm just going to hire you. Because I custom wrote a course to filter people with the skills that I need, and when I find them, I'll just hire you. Now, if businesses can go direct to student, as it were, and find them in this way, and our traditional four-year schools can't hang the threat of, if you don't have this four-year degree, you cannot get a job. If we can't hang that over the heads of students anymore, how many of them can we compel to spend 2 years in general education when they don't understand what the value is in the moment? Not that they won't later, right? But then it becomes the Mr. Miyagi kind of approach of, you will wax the car, you will paint the fence, you will sand the deck, and later I'll explain why that's relevant and useful, after you get so mad that you take a swing at me, right? But if you think about how it works in the other way, right? If we're not preparing you to go out and somehow be useful, and also, why would you spend $30,000 if you didn't think you were going to be able to recoup a little bit of that somehow. Whether it has to be a direct line or not is another question. But the Udacity Open Ed Alliance thing is an interesting potential end of days scenario for us, because if there are other ways to get to employment, can we force students to engage in a gen ed sequence? I don't know that we can.
Well, I mean, I think that if we lived in a world in which if you had the Autodesk skills and that you were hired by Autodesk, that you could guarantee that you would be working at Autodesk until you got the gold watch, then maybe I'd be less upset. But I think that the world and technologies are changing so quickly that if you're preparing students to master some little Gidget Wizmo programming doodad that Autodesk offers, there's no guarantee that that's going to be around 6 months from now. Let alone, why would we ask students to sort of to specialize in that? That's the notion of a broad liberal arts education, is that a student can graduate studying Milton even, and be able to actually, hopefully, be able to quickly learn to build the doodads without actually having to only get training in doodadadry. No, I know that.
Does an 18-year-old see that?
No, but that's...
And will they see it before it's too late? I mean, that's really that's the question.
Well, I mean, then we raise all sorts of other issues too. Is the technology workforce of the future going to be hiring 18-year-old that's like the awful minimum wage work. So suddenly technology jobs are going to go from paying 6 figures to being like the new minimum wage figures, because everyone knows that that's what you pay. You pay a 17 or 18-year-old, $6 an hour. Way to go programming. Way to go computer science. You just completely screwed over your...
Another question? Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to push back a little bit because Jeff asked a question very early on in the program of the panel, who you think the major players are going to be in the future. And the answer that came back, I think from 2 people perhaps, was students, and then it was just kind of left with that. And I thought there were some...
Yeah, that's right.
I thought there were some big elephants in the room that hadn't been noticed. I don't necessarily want to have you speak to them, but I wondered whether the education institutions will let students be the major players. What needs to happen so that students are the major players?
Katie, is it?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, you're sitting down.
I don't know, it's a big question. We're going to have to get over ourselves, first of all, as institutions. We're going to have to understand that student interests are not irrelevant, nor are they definitive. They are a starting point in an extraordinary collaboration if we have the depth of heart to empower that. What can I say? The adventure for me is not to say, oh, you like that because you're a kid. It's, oh, you like that. What can I bring to this that will help you see the extraordinary possibility and that thing that you're interested in right now? And how that may connect with stuff that I've been able to discover on my Milton journey or whatever it is that may be of some interest as well. It's a very difficult thing to articulate. In some ways, it's easier to enact it. Last spring, I was teaching a class at Virginia Tech, and the thing du jour seemed to be animated GIFs. Great! Open up the possibilities. Don't condescend. Have some, have a little flexibility of heart to say, look, I'm not going to, go slumming with you and your animated GIFs and, no, this is interesting. These are fellow human beings. Let's get on board with that. And then let's see how that can be brought into a bigger conversation. Why is that hard? I don't know. I don't know. At times, I would have no clue how to answer your question.
it kind of, I'm full of dismay it would even need to be asked in that way, and yet I know it does. You know, towards the end of his career, it's said that Richard Feynman would only teach first-year students because they were the only ones who could come up with an interesting question. So, you know, the last class I taught had 2 first-year students, a second-year student who had enough credits to graduate. I'm not sure how that happened. It was architecture. I don't know. And then 2 graduate students. And the graduate students learned that the undergrads were not path-dependent and could come up with really interesting questions. The undergrads learned what really disciplined, focused, rigorous work could be beyond their imagining. And we all had a great time together. And we made a web page, and they tried to figure out what my role was. And they finally said, paid student. And I said, that's right. What a sweet gig.
See,
all the World Wide Web in the open.
So you said everything but the word humility, right? I mean, that's what you're talking about, really, right? So I'm a faculty member in an educational technology program. When I was a young faculty member, I used to think, man, when those old faculty members finally either die off or retire, the academy will be full of people who actually understand the internet, and we'll be able to get something useful done. Except then I realized by the time that happened, there'd be this post-internet thing that the students knew all about and we didn't understand anymore. And it'd be the same problem again just 30 years later. And it made me, I might be wrong, but it made me believe that there's this sliding skills gap between faculty and students. That once the old ones die off and the new ones come along, you will get people who are accustomed, grew up with the internet, but then they're going to be teaching people that grew up with something else, and we're still not going to understand what it is. So the only way to actually work at the cutting edge is to collaborate with students. You know the pedagogy, you don't know the tech. They know the tech, they don't know the content area. The two of you can actually do productive things together if you structure the kind of activity you have them do in such a way that you engage them in this collaborative way. If you continue to say, I am the whatever and you are the other thing, and keep your tech whatever to yourself, because that doesn't have anything to do with Milton or whatever, then you don't get anywhere. But when you take them as an equal and say, okay, you bring all this crazy tech stuff that you know, and I'm going to bring all the content stuff, and let's throw it in a pot for a semester and see what comes out the other side of it, then really interesting things can happen. And as the faculty member in your classroom, in control of your pedagogy, you can do that. I don't need an institutional initiative to tell me to get rid of disposable assignments. I can just decide I'm going to do that.
Yeah, I would just offer a quick friendly amendment, because first of all, you're right, humility is the word. And it's hard. The second thing is, students are masters of certain kinds of content. Yes. You know, many of them have been reading in their bedrooms while they were, not doing the SOLs. They were actually pursuing things of interest to them. And I can't tell you the number of times the students come up to me and said, Dr. C, that was so interesting. Have you read? And then they'll say, this book. Or have you seen? And then it's movie. My students were after me for years to watch Waking Life, which is an extraordinary movie. And they would just pester me to death about it because I was slow, and not because I was arrogant. I was just, I'll get to it. Finally, I watched it, and I was like, oh my gosh, you've changed my life. And it was true. I can't read all this stuff. I can't see all this stuff. Feed me, people. Give me your Spotify playlist. I need to know.
This has been great. I think I'm the president of the university, so I think about MOOCs and the larger issues that they present to me. And I get asked the question a lot, do you think you're going to be here, meaning the University of Mary Washington, in 20 years, 25 years from now, given the development of MOOCs and other venues and ways to learn online? And I'm a firm believer that, yes, we probably will. There will always be a place for us. I don't know that the new methods of delivering instruction are going to replace what we do. But there are two sides to my business. And one is the delivery of education in the classroom, and the other is an auxiliary enterprise side of putting students in residence halls and feeding them in a dining hall. And so now, when I think about the telepresence technology, now I'm beginning to worry about the future and whether or not that student needs to come here to get that face-to-face instruction. And obviously, I'm thinking about empty dorm rooms, limited meal plan payers, and things that go with that. So I'd be curious in any comments that you have about the telepresence technology and its emergence, its affordability, and so on, and its potential impact on the delivery of higher education.
Well, Facebook's starting a corporate town. They're moving all into a campus so you can live at Facebook and work at Facebook and eat and have your laundry done at Facebook. So maybe you guys need to come up with a way to like massively do startups and like displace them. And you could come up with a whole new way of doing entrepreneurialism and startups. I don't know.
So if you believe the OECD projections, right, well, if you believe the numbers, there's currently about 120 million people worldwide that are engaged in some kind of formal post-secondary program, right? The OECD numbers are that by 2025, there are going to be 250 million people who are qualified and desiring a formal post-secondary experience of some kind, which means that in the next, however many years it is, 12 years now, we're going to double the demand for higher ed, right? So Sir John Daniels says that if we're going to meet that need the way we currently do education today, we have to build, staff, and open a new university every 2 weeks for the next 15 years, it was, whenever he said it the first time, right? So the idea that some people are going to start doing this online is in no way a threat to the number of people who are going to come to your campus, because the customer base, if you believe the OECD numbers, is going to it's going to more than double. And we're not going to more than double our capacity in that same time. So is online bad? Is it dangerous? Well, what are we going to do with all these people that want it that we can't physically fit? It's not going to be a problem of empty dorm rooms. It's going to be lottery for dorm rooms, right? And then it's back to Audrey's problem of, well, if you can't afford to actually come here, then you get the leftovers online or something. If we treat online that way, it's going to be problematic. Online's got to be at least as high quality as, which one is going to be better and what are they going to compete for? I don't know, but I don't think your problem is a problem, because I think OECD, if they're not exactly right, I think they're close to right. I think the demand is going to do this. And when it does that, you can pick up an extra 10,000 people online and not hurt your face-to-face.
Okay, this is the second to last question, because I'm going to ask the last question, because that's what I get for standing up here the whole time.
I'm not certain that this is necessarily a question, but maybe an observation in no particular sequence. I guess first and foremost, let me just address the state funding of higher ed. In a full disclosure, I'm just completing 20 years in the state legislature, and I sat on higher ed subcommittee of appropriations, really acutely familiar with the issue, and I'm not saying it's not an issue, but be careful of what you ask for. In Virginia, we're actually, I think, pretty even-handed in how we approach higher ed. The problem is that for the relatively modest amount of money that we put into higher ed, we ask for a disproportionately large amount of the say in how it is that you operate your universities. I think that's wrong. What I was quite willing to do was to allow you to go ahead and raise your own funds, and I'm going to use a highway analogy here. When the state provides the funding for the universities, it's the same way we build roads at present. The more recent trend is to charge the users, and what I've been pushing for, and quite a few people have been pushing for, is to allow the universities to raise their tuition, their fees, so that it is more nearly user pay. And I realize this may offend your academic sensibilities, but that's really the way it is. I have 4 customers in Wilmington, Delaware, have had for 35 years. Over that 35 years, I'd hate to tell you how many fathers I've heard say, my kid's going to Virginia Tech, going to ODU, they can get a George Mason, they can get a first-class education for literally $10,000 a year less, even if they paid in-state tuition in Delaware. It's still $28,000 compared to $18,000, or numbers may not be right, but you get the general idea. Second comment, technology has a profound effect on every aspect of your life. You mentioned some of them, but the ones that, I'm a technologist, by the way. The most profound impact it has on me is not how I live my life or what I do for recreation, but actually how I make my living. I used to have a nice big office, and later we turned it into a room for references, and we had just a huge room full of references. You know how many we have now? Don't have any in there. In fact, we've got our servers in there because I basically depend on my computer, as do the engineers that I work with depend on it. Two very quick points. One, the community colleges are a wonderful thing. I have not only support four-year and graduate degrees, but I think they're very, very necessary. But I own a company with about 300 employees. Two comments. One is, not a one of them in there does not have something greater than or of greater content than a high school diploma. In order to be competitive in the business, you have to know something, and they didn't get it from high school. They may very likely have gotten it from a community college. Of course, we have advanced degrees, and we don't pay them $6 an hour. The least paid person in my company is $9 an hour, and this is basically with someone with less than a high school diploma, but able to learn. So I happen to love technology. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. I get to make a very good living doing something that I would do as a hobby if I didn't make a good living from it. And I get to work with people that I like and respect. And for me, that's the biggest incentive for becoming a technologist. I'll just lump it generally. In any event, legislatures aren't quite as hard-hearted. There are actually some people there who think very long and very hard about it. And I don't mean just me, but I mean a lot of people do. We wish we knew the right answer. We don't.
Thank you. Responses?
End of the lecture.
Yeah.
I mean, so the CIO of the University of Utah is a friend of mine, and he told me recently that last year state funding accounted for 7% of their budget total.
It's about 10.
About 10 here, and that they'd been told within the next 5 years to expect it to either approach zero or become zero in Utah. So, you know, your comment about the disproportional say in what goes on relative to funding,
I've shared that, by the way.
I think is an interesting one, and I'll be curious to see how that plays out as more of these get closer to zero.
I'll be shocked if that occurs.
Yeah. Well, we get shocked all the time.
Okay, last question. And I'm going to ask, given that we have run over time a little bit here, that you limit your answer to 2 sentences. Not 140, not 140 characters, like 280 characters. So, and we will be counting. Jim, that's your job. What does the landscape of higher education look like in 20 years from the student's perspective? You get to just make stuff up. We're not going to bring you back in 20 years.
No, I'm counting. I'll go. I think it's going to be somewhat more of an intelligent buffet about the options where they can choose to go and assemble their bits. And it's going to require some crazy changes in how we collaborate.
I think it's actually an amazing time to be a learner. We can call it a student, but more generally a learner. And I think that we will start to see MOOCs in particular are going to are bringing back to the forefront the notion of continuing education and lifelong learning. So I think the next 20 years it's going to be a wonderful time to be a student.
Wow, that's the most utopian I've heard you in a while. That's great. Normally we balance each other out. Now I feel like I gotta go dystopian. No, I think students are going to have the agency, tools, and resources to make their own decision about what type of education they want, more online, more offline, in person, out in the field, project-based. I think they're gonna have the resources to make the decisions on their own with the support from all of us, the institutions, as well as Silicon Valley. I think it'll balance out in the next 20 years.
I'll riff on that social idea. I think we're going to find a way to keep the most resonant learning communities that we find along the way in play throughout our lifetimes. We'll have our favorite courses, our favorite colleagues, our favorite teachers knit together in ways that we can't imagine right now.
I have no idea.
Come on, you had the most time. Really, just gonna leave it
really,
at
that's
that?
my. I mean, think just 10 years back. Okay.
Okay.
There's no YouTube. There's no Facebook. There's no Twitter. There's. And that's less than 10 years back.
Right.
More than double that time. I don't have any idea what's going on. I really don't.
A round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much. Hope we'll see a lot of you at Open VA tomorrow. Thanks. Have a good night. That's great. Good. That's good. Thanks, Kim. That was great. Yeah, that was good.
I wouldn't even want to imagine taking it. Right, there's that. I think it'd be good.
Are you offline or are you still on?
Well, I was going to say something like, almost get louder and louder, and then it died, and then finally it's always like, good to your question.